Short and sweet.
All right, we are ready to get started. Today is Tuesday, January 13th, 2026. This is the City Council's work session. I'm calling this meeting to order and reminding everyone to please silence your cell phones. Giving notice to members of the City Council and to the general public that at this work session, the City Council may vote to go into executive session, which will not be open to the public, for discussion and consultation with the city's attorneys for legal advice on any item listed on the following agenda. Can we have roll call?
Mayor Daggett.
Here.
Vice Mayor Sweet.
Here.
Councilmember Aslan.
Here.
Councilmember Garcia.
Here.
Councilmember House.
Here.
Councilmember Matthews.
Here.
Councilmember Spence.
Here.
Councilmember Spence, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Councilmember Matthews, could you read our mission statement?
I was so hoping you were going to ask me that. The mission of the City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
Councilmember House, could you read our land acknowledgement?
Thank you, Mayor. The Flagstaff City Council humbly acknowledges the ancestral homelands of this area's indigenous nations and original stewards. These lands, still inhabited by Native descendants, border mountains sacred to indigenous peoples. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their continued contributions. We celebrate their past, present, and future generations who will forever know this place as home.
Thank you. Next up is open call to the public, which enables the public to address the council about an item that is not on tonight's prepared agenda. You have 3 minutes, and there is a clock down here. Because whatever you're going to speak to us about is not on the agenda, we can't have back and forth and answer questions or ask questions. So first up, we have Genevieve Pearthree.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I'm here to do a public comment. Genevieve Pearthree, Sustainability Office of the City of Flagstaff. Forgot that part. I'm announcing the launch of the City of Flagstaff Accessory Dwelling Unit Model Plans Library. This has been in the works for a really long time. I came to Council a long time ago to talk about it when it was still in program development, and it officially got launched on Friday. So really exciting. It includes 10 fully pre-approved accessory dwelling units with some more that are under review. Just as a reminder, ADUs are a second and complete living space on a property that has a single-family home, and they can bring a lot of benefits to the Flagstaff community, including potential for more affordable rent and utilities because they're smaller. They provide additional housing options for Flagstaff. They can provide supplemental income to homeowners. They can provide for improved social connections as well as just flexible housing for multi-generational housing, provide more space for folks. So lots of benefits. So back to the library, I will send an email after this to City Council with the website and would love for you to check it out and let me know if you have any questions or comments. Also, we're just getting the word out now. We did a press release on Friday. We're doing social media posts this week. We did a CAF radio ad, but there's a lot more to do to get the word out. So if you'd like to share it with your networks, definitely invite you to do that. And just how to access the model plans. So the library includes previews of these pre-approved plans. And if someone, basically they're all publicly viewable. So if someone is interested in a plan, there's the designer's contact info. They can contact the designer, purchase the plans from the designer, do a site plan, get an approved building permit, and build their ADU. So it's really intended to make it easier and less costly to build an ADU in Flagstaff compared to a custom plan. So that's what we're working on. So just this is kind of the first step. We're hoping to continue to grow this library and support these pre-approved housing options in Flagstaff. So stay tuned. Hopefully we can continue to come to you with additional expansions and just kind of making this the most useful it can be for the Flagstaff community. But I want to thank you for your time, and I will send a follow-up email. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Matthew Dyer.
Hello again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Hope you're all doing well. I'm here to talk about a house on 10 East Benton. It's right behind my business that I own right now. In an effort to cut off our dumpster, they've been working together with some of our neighbors to move up or to put up a fence on a property line outside of the business. This would allow no access for vehicles, including emergency vehicles. So I made you a pamphlet just because I don't have a lot of time, so we can go through it. Just to demonstrate what's kind of going on there, and if they build this fence, that house on Benton would now be obstructing the alleyway when it is currently located on city property. So page 1, that's what the property used to look like when it was a commercial building. A lot of people don't know that. It was commercial until it became residential, hence all the issues we've been having. Page 2 is what it looks like now. Page 3 is a record of building permit showing that there was no building permit for that change in the building. So they actually added onto it without a building permit that's on record at least. Kind of just fell from the sky. The next one is a map available in the county's recorder's office. So you can look that up, showing that the house is in the middle of the alleyway. Page 5 is a Kokanee County parcel viewer showing the parcels there, showing that 12 Benton and 10 Benton are the same size and have the same property line. So pages 6 and 7 are property taxes with the same parcel, and that increase on there, they aren't paying property taxes on that property as well that it was illegally built on. Page 8 is a recording I taken 16 feet from my property line to where the alley should start, and that shows how much of the house is illegally built. So I thought that would be some good information for you to have. Maybe it will help you understand why I've been having so many noise problems. They've built up 16 feet up closer to me than it was originally built, so I thought that might help. It was really hard for me to bring this out, but if they're going to cut off emergency vehicles and our ability to drive back there in the dumpsters, I thought it was a good time to bring it up. So I hope you take this seriously, because if we're not able to get, let's say, a fire truck back there or a police car or anything like that, if there's a fire, then it could be very serious for all the neighboring businesses around us. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, we have proclamations, and we have a proclamation for Flagstaff Human Trafficking Awareness and Prevention Month. And so anyone who is here for this proclamation, please join us down here at the edge of the dais. Take center stage, all of you. So I'll read the proclamation, and then we'll take a photo, and then if someone would like to speak, then someone is welcome to come up and say a few words. Flagstaff, both a tourist destination and a rural community, is uniquely affected by human trafficking, which includes both sex and labor exploitation crimes. The same economic forces that have shaped Flagstaff also inadvertently contribute to human trafficking crimes. A thriving tourism industry, limited affordable housing, and a geographic location that limits access to services and resources. A lack of awareness of how trafficking crimes present within a community of this size and geographic position have also been a contributing factor. The biggest misconception is that trafficking is something that happens in larger cities or overseas. Local and federal law enforcement has indicated that sex trafficking is happening in Arizona at an alarming rate. The income potential and the use of technology are among reasons why this crime is prevalent. Profit from sex trafficking is a billion-dollar business, second only to illegal arms trafficking and the illicit drug trade. Sex trafficking is a high-profit, low-risk business where the commodity, human beings, can be sold repeatedly, unlike drugs or weapons where the product can only be sold one time. For any business to survive, it requires supply and demand. There appears to be an unwavering demand fueled by easy access through the internet and a ready supply of both adults and youth that are constantly being recruited and exploited. Since 2018, agencies in the Flagstaff community have come into contact with over 522 victims. Through various law enforcement investigations, a demand for the purchase of commercial sex has been identified in the region that fuels these crimes. Flagstaff Initiative Against Trafficking, or FIAT, is a community collective of professional service providers who want to end human trafficking. The goals of FIAT are to construct a unified response for trafficking victims and survivors to get out of the life safely, educate and to bring awareness to our community on human trafficking in order to drive down demand, and to collect data to determine the true impact of human trafficking in Flagstaff. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Becky Daggett, Mayor of the City of Flagstaff, Arizona, do hereby proclaim January 2026 as Flagstaff Human Trafficking Awareness and Prevention Month.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I'm Kate Wyatt. I started the Flagstaff Initiative Against Trafficking back in 2017. And I am so excited that every year since we have started, you all have supported us in recognizing January as Human Trafficking Awareness and Prevention Month. And it's just a special time to come to the city and provide an update. And so yesterday we had our annual FIAT meeting, and we launched our annual impact report, which is available online. You can find it on our social media. I'm also happy to send it along to the city so that you all can view all the amazing things that our community has been doing, from our law enforcement to our county attorney's office and the many, many social service providers here in town, as well as our behavioral health professionals. In this last year, we positively identified 49 victims in our community. And so that's kind of what we're seeing every year, is between 50 to 100 folks who are experiencing exploitation in our community. And as you just saw in the news, Flagstaff Police Department, along with the Coconino County Sheriff's Department and the Coconino County's Attorney's Office, received grant funding for this next year to be able to up our efforts, have more positive impact for folks with lived experience, and to help drive down demand and hold those who are perpetrating this crime accountable. And so it's wonderful that we have now the North Star Task Force, which is an amazing group of our law enforcement professionals, county attorney's office, us at Northland Family Help Center, and Applejack's Ranch down in Verde Valley, who are all part of this and are making huge leaps and bounds for the work that we're doing here in northern Arizona. And I think the work that we're doing is going above and beyond even what they see in some of the larger cities. So I'm very proud to be here and proud to share these updates, and so grateful for you all.
Thank you. All right, item number 6, review of draft agenda for the January 20th City Council meeting. Council, do you have any questions or comments? All right, we'll move on to 7, which is the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council overview and update. Welcome.
That's okay. Okay, thanks, yes. Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the council. Thank you so much for having us here this afternoon. I'm Diana Calandros. I'm the Director of the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. And with me tonight are Presiding Judge Ted Reed, County Attorney Ammon Barker, and Legal Defender Joe Carver. And we're going to be presenting tonight about the criminal justice system, and some elements of that are very unique and special to Coconino County. But before we go through, I just want to take a moment and have everybody just think for a second, reflect back on maybe a time where you or someone you love was arguing to the point where it was disturbing the neighbors, or it might have been in a public place where things got loud and maybe a little heated in that argument, or a time where you looked down, and I've done this myself, where you realized you were going about 60 miles an hour on a street that was posted at 45. Or a time where you left a celebration and you had a drink, and then you got home and you realized, maybe I had a little too much and I shouldn't have been driving, but I made it home safe. Any one of these events could have landed you in the criminal justice system. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to County Attorney Ammon Barker to take you through that process.
Thank you, Diana. Mayor, City Council, it's great to be here. My name is Ammon Barker, County Attorney. This is a bit of a roadshow. We've been around the county because I think we've realized as a Criminal Justice Coordinating Council that a lot of folks don't understand the process of criminal justice, and we are quite unique, I think, in Coconino County. We have a compassionate, I would say, mindset when we address criminal justice, and that's not to say that we don't prosecute hard or sentence people to long sentences when they deserve it, but we do, I think, have a holistic view of how criminal justice should work in our communities. And so I'm going to take us through kind of a story, if you will, because criminal justice, it is a bit of a story. The process can be a personal story, but let's say, for instance, you were drinking a lot, as Diana pointed out. Sometimes that happens, and maybe you get behind the vehicle, wheel of a vehicle, and you get pulled over. At that point, law enforcement will do a stop and investigation, and let's say in this instance there were drugs or drug paraphernalia found on your person. That is a Class 4 felony in the state of Arizona, and a Class 4 felony has a lot of consequences. It can have a lot of consequences, especially if there's a criminal history there. This is not a victim crime per se, right? This is a crime of substance abuse, perhaps, or a crime that of desperation at times as well. But in this case, if someone were found with this paraphernalia or drugs, they would be taken to the jail and or arrested first and then taken to the jail. And this is when a clock starts. Once someone is booked in the jail, there's a 24-hour clock that starts for a felony, where someone needs to see a judge within that 24 hours, and that's called an initial appearance. And at that initial appearance, the judge will decide some things. For instance, the judge will decide if you need to have an attorney appointed for you. A judge will decide release conditions. Sometimes the person will be held in custody because they are a danger to the community or a victim, or because they're a flight risk. Many times someone is released on their own recognizance. Sometimes people are released with conditions. But that's a very important hearing. That's kind of the first hearing that happens in a criminal case, called the initial appearance. And then some decisions are made at a felony level about whether a case should be charged. And that's where my office really comes into play. What you've heard before is really law enforcement's job. My office, prosecuting office, will review a charge and decide whether there's enough evidence to prosecute. And for our office, it's really an ethical decision. Do we have enough evidence, and does it match something in the law that we can prove in court? And our standard, our ethical standard, is a reasonable likelihood of conviction. If we don't feel that we have met that, then we won't charge the case. And there are plenty of cases where we don't feel we have met that burden at that initial stage, and we don't proceed with the charges. And there are a couple ways that charges can happen in Coconino County. The grand jury is one way. You probably heard about that. If you haven't served on a grand jury, it's highly recommended. You'll learn a lot about our community. But the grand jury is like another jury, except this is a jury that hears cases over and over just to determine probable cause. So it's not like a trial jury where you're deciding guilt. This jury will hear evidence from a law enforcement officer typically and make a decision about whether probable cause is met or found. And that begins the criminal process in our courts, in our Superior Court. And the other way is a direct file complaint, and that happens as well in our justice courts. So you'll see that as well in a lot of cases. Typically, more serious cases are sent to the grand jury because we want a community conversation about a lot of these cases to make sure that we're doing the right thing. After a charge is brought, a complaint is filed, then you have that first, kind of that initial hearing in Superior Court called an arraignment. And again, some of those same types of questions are asked about release conditions, about whether a person needs an attorney. And that really sets it off in motion the rest of the process. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to one of my colleagues and sometimes adversary, Joe Carver, who's our legal defender. We've prosecuted or handled cases together. I've prosecuted cases, he's defended cases. You can see that we still smile at each other. We still have a good relationship, and that's important, I think, in our community, our legal community. But he'll tell you a little bit about what it's like on the other side of this.
Thank you, Ammon. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon. Again, my name is Joseph Carver. I'm the legal defender for Coconino County. And I'm here primarily to give you all a sense of what it's like for a defendant navigating our criminal justice system. To be clear, I've never been a defendant. I've only assisted them. But I've heard a lot of stories. I've heard fears. I've heard misunderstandings and the hopes and dreams. So Ammon left off with here at the arraignment, which is really the beginning of the courtroom drama. This is when usually the players are set. We've got the parties, the state, the defendant, and the attorneys. And at an arraignment, it's a big word for really a little hearing where a defendant is expected to enter a plea. And that can be a plea of guilty or not guilty. In our modern system, I would say 99.999% of the time, they enter a not guilty plea. That preserves the defendant's rights, the right to trial, the right to discovery under rules of procedure, other constitutional rights, and lets the attorney talk to the client and get a sense as to their side of the story and where does the defendant want to take the case. After the arraignment, the court will set a series of hearings. Usually they're called case management hearings or status conferences, where the state discloses to the defense all of the information that it plans to use if the case were to go to trial. So this can be police reports, photographs. Increasingly, we're dealing with video from body cam footage, which I've been doing this for a long time, and body cam footage takes a lot longer to review than a police report. And so it's starting to get denser and more difficult as a result. But after this exchange of information takes place, the defense tells the state what they plan on using as a defense or mitigating evidence. The case comes down to essentially a decision that the defendant has to make. And that decision is whether to plead guilty. Usually this is pursuant to some kind of an agreement or a contract between the state, and the defense. It's a 3 to 4 page plea agreement with 13 or 14 paragraphs, and it outlines what a defendant's agreeing to plead guilty to and what the state is agreeing to recommend in terms of a sentence. In our system, I would say conservatively that 95 to 97% of cases resolve through a plea agreement. But as you know, what the defendant has a constitutional right to is a jury trial, at least when they're charged with a felony. And so what I'd like to talk to you a little bit about in more detail this afternoon is what goes into making that decision. What goes into the decision between accepting a plea agreement or pleading guilty and putting it on the line in front of a jury of your peers. So when a defendant enters the criminal justice system, they are immediately confronted with a bewildering array of strange concepts, arcane terms. You'll hear things, like non-supervening indictment. You'll hear public safety assessment. My personal favorite is something called the non-historical prior felony conviction. I'll try to work that one out, but it's a thing that we talk about in the justice system. You'll learn about Arizona's mandatory minimum sentencing scheme, which I will talk about in a little bit more detail as we go through with a couple of examples. You'll learn that shoplifting with an artifice, another one of those nice words that we use as lawyers, an artifice, which could just be a shopping bag. If you shoplift with a shopping bag, that's a class 4 felony. It's the same class felony as strangling somebody with your hands. You will learn that your rights aren't exactly what you think they are, so we may all have some understanding of or believe that we understand what our Miranda rights are, but you will learn that police officers don't have to provide the Miranda rights if they're not asking you any questions. They don't have to provide you Miranda rights if you're not in custody. So there's a lot of misunderstanding about where exactly your rights are and what they mean. And as an attorney, that's part of our job to help individuals with no experience with these procedures to understand what exactly it is that you can do or can't do when you're in the criminal justice system. And as I mentioned at the beginning, when I got up here, there are a lot of stories. So it's not always as simple as I did it or I didn't do it. There are other stories that defendants in the system want to tell. Just imagine if, maybe one of you this morning, you came into work, you brought some donuts into the break room, and then at the end of the day, they're gone, and somebody accuses you of taking the last one. It's human nature to want to respond. Even to an innocuous accusation such as that, you want to say, no, it wasn't me, or yes, it was, but I was only bringing it to my dog, or something like that. And that human impulse gets restricted when you're in the system because you have an attorney who is sitting next to you telling you to be quiet. You have the right to remain silent. Don't say anything because anything you say into that microphone in front of the judge could be used against you later. But there's a time and a place for the stories that defendants want to tell, and there are different kinds of stories. There are alternatives. These might be, I didn't do what I'm accused of doing, or it could be a justification, like self-defense. We've heard of that. We have some idea of what self-defense is. So that's an alternative to the charging narrative, I would call it. There are stories of adversity. So it's an unfortunate fact of our system that defendants who have been charged with a crime are exponentially more likely to have been victims themselves of some type of crime before they ended up in the system. So you'll hear a lot about, when you do this kind of work, you'll hear a lot about adverse childhood experiences. The rates of adverse childhood experiences amongst accused is much, much higher than non-defendant population. It is sometimes a saying is that yesterday's victim is today's defendant. And unfortunately, that's the cycle that we as a community are confronted with. and that as a CJCC, our group is attempting to determine points at which that cycle can be broken. In any event, those are stories that are relevant to any sentence that may come as a result of a person's involvement in the system. We call that mitigation. And then finally, there are often things that a person has done since the charge. Mr. Barker and his team work very hard to charge cases as quickly as they can, but sometimes they come in faster than they can get them out, and so there will be a gap in time between an incident and an actual charge. And in between, the defendant may have a story about how they've self-corrected, how they learned simply from being arrested, and they've sought treatment and help, and they want to tell that story too before a judge makes a decision about their ultimate fate. So it comes down to, as I mentioned before, this decision about whether a defendant is going to accept a plea or take their case to trial. This is what all of our procedures, this is what all our rules funnel towards, is this decision, because you have the constitutional right to a trial. The state has the right to offer a plea. They don't have to, but when they do, the defendant is the only person who can decide whether to accept that plea or not. I can sit there as his attorney and tell him, you have to take this plea, we're going to get steamrolled at trial, but if the defendant doesn't want to do that, I have to let him do it and we have to go to trial. I think if you're not in the system and you haven't been in part of that decision-making process before, it can be difficult to conceptualize what is difficult about this decision or what goes into that decision. And I think it is important to maybe think about it from a particular angle, which is, why would an innocent person plead guilty? And we know that that's happened because we've had DNA exonerations later. I'm not saying it happens all the time. It's very rare, but it does happen. So why would that occur in the first place, right? And I think this is when we have to start talking about, the fact that whether a defendant did it or didn't do it isn't the only factor. Right at the top of the list is what we call mandatory minimum sentencing. I alluded to that earlier. Arizona is a mandatory sentencing state. Most states are, not all, but most. And in Arizona, that means that if a person's convicted of a particular class felony, the judge has a specific range of sentence that he must apply to that case. Even if the judge believes that it's too low or too high, the judge has to go within that range. And just to give you an example, let's talk about that shoplifting with an artifice. That's a class 4 felony. Now say that you were in a car accident as a teenager. Back at that time, they prescribed you opiates as a matter of course for pain. You developed an addiction to that. You started to get your pills illicitly. You picked up some possession priors as a result. And then you're in Target or Walmart here locally, and you put some toothpaste in your reusable shopping bag and you walk out without paying for it. It's on video, you get charged for it. That's a class 4 felony. You've got 2 prior felony convictions. That means if you're convicted at trial, the least amount of time the judge can give you is 6 years in the Department of Corrections. And the judge can go all the way up to 15. So, to me, that seems harsh, but it's what the legislature has said is an appropriate sentence for that type of person with that type of a crime. Now, your attorney's told you, you're looking at 6 to 15 if we take this to trial, but the story you want to tell is that I didn't intend to do it. I forgot that the toothpaste was in there. And you have to tell them, but it's on video. Target's got great video. It shows all 5 of your fingers on the toothpaste, putting it into the bag. And you're thinking, it's just what the jury thinks about what was on my mind when I walked out the door at that time. Are they going to believe that I didn't want to do it? If I testify, the state's going to use those prior convictions against me. I got a family at home, and the state's offering me a plea to where if I complete the probation, it's not even going to be a felony on my record. So you can see how that would be a difficult choice for somebody, even if they believe they have a story of innocence. And I'm never going to be in a position to tell them that they will make the right or wrong choice there. Can only recommend as to what may or may not happen. And it's those intangibles combined with the mandatory sentencing scheme that turns the choice between taking a plea or going to trial into a real pressure cooker sometimes. It's not always as stark as I've just outlined. Sometimes it's pretty simple. But a lot of times it's a really difficult choice. We're lucky in Coconino County to have a county attorney and a court that understands the difficulties that people coming into the system face and that they have faced prior and during the entire process. And so once a defendant makes that decision, whether to take a plea or to go to trial, unless they're acquitted at trial, there's going to be a sentencing. And that's when we call upon the wisdom and experience of judges like Judge Reed. And Judge Reed will now explain the options that the court has at sentencing and some of the unique alternatives that we've developed here in Coconino County to get closer to that ideal of justice. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the council. Thank you for having us to share with you today. I'm Judge Ted Reed, and I have the privilege of serving as the presiding judge for the courts in Coconino County, and particularly for this presentation, that has two specific roles. One, I have the honor of serving as the administrative supervisor for all of the courts in Coconino County on behalf of the Chief Justice of the Arizona Supreme Court. And then two, I have the honor of serving as the chair of the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. So we'll take that into our discussion today. You've heard about the defendant's experience out making a mistake in the community and entering into the criminal justice system. You've heard about the prosecutor becoming involved and making charging decisions. You've heard about the case coming before the court for the ensuring of due process and making sure that the defendant has all the information presented and then makes a choice, and that choice either being to accept a plea agreement to resolve a case and end up at sentencing, or proceeding to trial and ultimately being perhaps convicted at trial. And so now we pivot our discussion to put you in the role of the judge. And the role of the judge starts with the constraint that you are bound by the terms of the charging document as the defendant was convicted. So that could be the terms of the plea agreement, that could be the terms of the guilty verdicts at trial. And so as Joe mentioned, we are bound by mandatory sentencing. And so the judge can't just do whatever the judge thinks is right, but must impose a sentence required by law. That said, the judges have concerns, and those concerns vary across cases and case types, and they include the following. How can the court or the justice system help to right the wrong that happened in a particular situation? How can the justice system hold the offender accountable, maybe make the victim whole? How can we prevent recurrence in the future? How can we create lasting positive behavioral change in order to improve community safety and wellness? Sometimes the decision of the court must be, how can we incapacitate this person because they're of such grave danger to others in the community that we simply can't tolerate the risk of having them out in the community? Ultimately, the answer to all of those questions comes down to effective justice, and effective justice depends upon the resources at the court or the justice system disposal. So the bottom line of our presentation today is a court is only as good as its resources. And this brings us to the discussion of the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. It's a very unique forum where community stakeholders, justice partners, courts, and law enforcement all come together to try to develop resources in order to help solve these problems so that courts have tools, justice system has tools in order to try to address all of those different kinds of questions as the different cases present. So that's going to be the theme as we move through some of the unique aspects of our Coconino County criminal justice system. So before we get into that, we'll take one step back and think about kind of the old days. So if in the old days a person that was up for sentencing had a probation option, the court could impose probation. And the old view of probation really was two things. It was to monitor an offender, to make sure that they weren't committing new offenses or violating the terms of probation. And then if they did violate terms of probation, to hold them accountable. Well, accountable meant Department of Corrections. So that's it. Monitor and hold accountable through the Department of Corrections. The alternative sentence, of course, could be other than probation. It could simply be incarceration in the Department of Corrections right off the bat, or as a result of a probation violation. So we as a society have to start with the understanding that prison is two things in particular. One is a very expensive solution. $41,000 a year is our Arizona cost for a year of incarcerating a person in the Department of Corrections. The vast majority of our felony cases resolve either by plea agreement, as Joe said, or through a jury trial, and have a fairly short term of mandatory incarceration if that's what's necessary in a case. So about 1 to 3 years might be your average Department of Corrections term, so still pretty expensive, but a person after 1 to 3 years returns back to the community, and as they return back to the community, they're very unlikely to be lower risk of committing new crimes. So we're not doing anything in the Department of Corrections to reduce risk. If they had certain needs before they went to the Department of Corrections, those needs are very unlikely to be met in the Department of Corrections. So mental health or substance use or trauma care, those things are unlikely to be addressed in the Department of Corrections. And so Department of Corrections is the second thing is consequences. It's certainly a swift and secure consequence for maladaptive behavior. So it's certainly not rehabilitation, but it is a consequence at pretty significant cost to the community. In some cases, it's absolutely appropriate and necessary. In many other cases, maybe it's not our best option to achieve the results that we're looking for that we talked about earlier. So there are, of course, many collateral consequences with incarceration, whether in jail or in prison, but those certainly can include loss of employment, financial strain, poverty, family breakup, the loss of pro-social supports that might help a person not commit new crimes, the exposure to antisocial behaviors and connections increases in the Department of Corrections, of course, kind of defeating some of the purposes that we think we're going to achieve through incarceration. One particular component of an adverse consequence to incarceration addresses the children of incarcerated parents. Joe mentioned earlier that many of our individuals in the criminal justice system were victims before they became involved in the criminal justice system. Children of incarcerated parents is an example of that kind of trauma. It's been heavily researched, and the children of incarcerated parents are highly likely to engage in harmful behaviors such as substance use, suicide, oppositional defiant behavior, and become juvenile and adult offenders, continuing that criminal justice cycle and perhaps becoming incarcerated parents in the criminal justice system again themselves. So in Coconino County, we have a philosophy that we want to try to come up with as many resources for the criminal justice system as possible in order to give those tools to the professionals and the courts in order to try to achieve the results that we talked about earlier. And our philosophy is sequential intercept. We want to try to find all the ways we can to use contacts with the system to address problems as soon as possible, to create that positive behavioral change and perhaps avoid having a person get into the system, end up in the Department of Corrections, and have those tremendous consequences. So a lot of what we're talking about today is the different kinds of intercepts that we've developed so far. This is a work in progress. We're always trying to improve those intercepts and come up with more intercepts in order to try to make our justice system more effective. So we'll spend a little bit of time talking about some of these different ways that our system, our community, comes together to try to effectuate positive behavioral change through contacts with the criminal justice system. So one example of this philosophy is a program that we have over at juvenile court called the Hope Receiving Center. And so the Hope Center is what we call a deflection. So maybe a youth is starting to engage in harmful behavior and is not yet involved in the criminal justice system, their family or even law enforcement can bring them to the Hope Center and they can get help before they ever have a charge, before they ever have a conviction, before they ever need to enter into the criminal justice system, where statistically they have a likelihood of continuing on and further in the criminal justice system. So this is a deflection example. And so what happens if a youth or a family come to the Hope Center, they receive supports and resources and services. That includes family and individual counseling, emotional re-regulation skills, coping skills, mediation, mentorship, community connections, health insurance enrollment, and many others. So the purpose, again, of the Hope Center is to help families address the situation before law enforcement has to become involved. I'll be quick here because we have quite a bit of material, but the Hope Center used to be a detention pod where we would lock kids up, and we use nice terms such as detention, but really it's a jail. It's a jail for children, and so that's not exactly the community that we might want to be. So we had 4 detention pods, and so we made one of those detention pods into our Hope Center, and through a labor of love, the staff at Juvenile put their own man hours into converting this facility from a cold jail for kids into a really colorful, beautiful space where families can come and get help for their children and their families. We also have other programs at Juvenile that are meant to facilitate deflections, and that includes having service dogs that can go out to schools where maybe previously a law enforcement officer would be called to help deal with a child who was acting out and might become abusive to others. And we can bring a probation officer into the field with a service dog and help to de-escalate that situation, allow that child not to be arrested, not to come into the criminal justice system. So I've had tremendous success with our service dogs, helping to effectuate deflections from the justice system. So deflection is one concept, and that's before entry into the criminal justice system. Diversion is a different concept, and so after there's contact with law enforcement, now a person is entering into the system. We've heard how you can kind of go through the traditional system and end up with the judge having a very strict kind of choice, a frame of reference. Diversion happens somewhere in the time period there to try to find out if we can do something other than follow that standard track. So for Juvenile, there's the possibility of coming up with a service plan, getting connected with CARE, doing community service hours, apology letters, doing other things to try to make things right. And those diversions can then result in a decision not to prosecute, not to move forward in the criminal justice system. And this example just shows that over the course of the years, our diversions have been very successful in Juvenile and Coconino County. And what this shows is the blue lines are the youth who fail diversion and go forward into the criminal justice system. And so you can see back in 2013, we had more youth that were failing diversion and going into the criminal justice system, and that number continues to decline, so our diversions are more successful. So now we have a video that we'd like to share regarding our Hope Center, and I'll just click it. Okay, we'll try. All right, we should have.
The Hope Center is the Hope Center because we want people to have hope. And I think sometimes when they come here, they often say, I don't know what to do about my child.
The United States far outpaces other countries in detaining and otherwise criminalizing young people.
For the past 10 years, there's been lots of research out across the country about juvenile justice trends and what's best for kids. And the research is showing that incarcerating youth is not helpful.
Every day, 53,000 children are locked up. That's more than a sold-out crowd at a Major League Baseball game.
Juvenile justice, as great as our intentions may be, that youth that are involved in the system, once they're involved, it's incredibly hard to get out.
In 2012, the Department of Justice began tracking formerly incarcerated people of all ages. The latest report, released in July, found that of individuals arrested at age 17 or younger, 71% have been rearrested within 3 years of their release. That number climbed to 80% by year 5.
We believe these kids are successful. How do we get there? How do we get them there? And it's not going to be in detention. Detention is not the answer.
We really felt that if we were able to have a center that parents, youth, and teachers, really anyone in our community that was concerned about a kid or felt that they needed some extra help and support, that they could refer them to us. And we could really act as a safety net, connecting those kids and families to services in our community. And when you do something like that, you meet the need immediately. You do so in a holistic way.
We took 2 unused detention pods, renovated them, refurbished them, tried to make them more warm and welcoming. You know, it's so hard to kind of break down the bones of the institutionalization that comes with detention, but I think we try to make it a place for families to come and feel safe. We serve any kids that are within the county. They don't have to be in trouble. They could be in crisis. We're getting the parents to come together, to come to the table. We're getting the kids to come to the table and having these difficult conversations. You know, despite all these high tensions, we're going to be able to navigate that together, come up with a safe plan for the families to kind of follow so the kids are successful.
And we kind of look at it as a hierarchy of needs. So if the parent expresses that they need food stamps, or they need to go to the food bank, or perhaps they're going to be evicted, we know that we're starting at that basic level to help connect them to those things.
And I think it can be easy to say, well, if they're doing this and they're not doing this for their child, that's because they don't care or something like that. And often our parents are just doing the best they can with what they have, and Flagstaff is really tough.
Coming from California, the LA area, if you see the cops, you run away or you don't say nothing. We're not here to just imprison them. We're here to provide services, get them re-regulated, get them to a place where they can be successful. And whatever that success looks like for them, not our judged successes.
So we have skill trainers, which are people that work directly with the kids, a one-to-one kind of mentor or coach or, you know, big brother or big sister in a way.
The very first deflection I had was this kid that, you know, he got in with the wrong crowd. He didn't take school seriously at all. His mom was in prison. He thought that any adult judged him and thought that he was a bad kid. And so after meeting with me, he didn't get that type of expectation. He didn't get that judgment. And so he worked with me. He jumped on board. We came up with a success plan. It wasn't anything too crazy. We did set up some counseling, I believe, and he was able to finish 8th grade, and now he's at high school. And so if at any point he's in need of something, he knows he can come here. He'll find the Hope Center for that positive support. We are open every day, Monday through Friday, Saturday and Sunday included, holidays also. Every day, we are here ready for any family to come in with any type of need.
I consider it an honor to walk any part of any journey with any family. And that's why I do what I do, because I love it.
Just knowing that 200 of our families that came through these doors did not go into our juvenile justice system has been incredibly powerful for our community as a whole.
Just a couple of final comments about the Juvenile Court Center, which has to do with juvenile probation, Hope Center, juvenile court services, including counseling. One, that whole unit has become 100% trauma-informed trained, and you can see that reflected in the video as the space there has been softened to not look institutional, but to be welcoming and reflective of the community. The other question is, why are we starting? Why are we talking about juvenile when we're thinking about adults? For a couple of reasons. The juvenile is like a little corner of our criminal justice system where it's easy to make changes. So it's like a microcosm, and it's not very hard for us to say, well, let's do something new, let's do something innovative, and we can kind of pilot it and see how it works, and then maybe take those ideas out into the broader adult criminal justice system. The other really important thing is we're talking about early intervention, and so kids get older, they become young adults, they become adults, and we're trying to make whatever behavioral change we can early in the life of our community members so they don't end up being criminal offenders later on. And that's in conjunction with other interventions that we'll talk about where we have maybe an older offender and we're trying to help intervene to create positive behavioral change as that person moves towards the criminal justice system through various other deflections and diversions that we'll talk about now. So Ammon has our next segment. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. You guys know about care unit, right? I'm not going to talk about that much because I just want to commend the City Council actually for supporting it, because it's a fantastic program and we're seeing it pay out dividends. And I think we would just appreciate more of it. Honestly, it's just been amazing. So, but this is an example of a deflection model, right? So before people are arrested, before they're entering the criminal justice system, you have people in the community that are providing support. It's just phenomenal. So this is the Arizona State Crisis System. This is typically how it works out. This is the flow. Every community should have a crisis line, a mobile crisis team, and a crisis facility. We have the mobile crisis team here with CARES unit and Teros. We have crisis line, really 911 dispatch can do that work, so they're referred to social workers if necessary. Crisis facility is where we could have some more work and more discussion about. We have TGC, they're an amazing partner in the community, but honestly, we could do more. You heard about the Hope Receiving Center with the juvenile justice folks. We don't really have something like that in the adult world. It'd be great if we had a day room, a medical detox, and a continuum of care beyond that in Flagstaff. It's a conversation we're having in the community. You may have heard this in the community, these conversations happening. I would love to talk more about it. We don't have the time, but we're happy to come back. This is not really a topic that is specific to CJCC. I think it has to be a conversation with all of our community partners, with the shelter, with NAH, with people dealing with housing, right? Because this encompasses a lot of issues that we're seeing in the community. But I just wanted to flag that for City Council. This is certainly a community conversation and something that I'd love to talk more about. Once someone is arrested and they're in jail, there's an opportunity to engage in treatment. It's called Exodus. And kudos to the sheriff and previous sheriff for starting this program. It's been fantastic for a lot of people. It's a 90-day program. The nice thing about it, I think, is that you're in custody. You have to participate if you're in the program, so that's sometimes helpful. A little coercive, but sometimes helpful. But people who have been involved in the Exodus program have really said amazing things about it. And there's a video I wanted to show you, and that would better explain it than me just talking about it.
This was really rough. My childhood, a lot of trauma and abuse. I had 3 children, and they were in and out of my care. There was a point in time when I didn't talk to my kids for a year. And my youngest, she was 3 when that happened. I was facing some felony charges. I was tired. My kids didn't want to talk to me. I had nothing else to live for. But while I was in there, I realized that sobriety is what I really wanted. Exodus is a program that's inside the county jail that is a program for substance abuse. We did parenting classes. We learned about how drugs and alcohol affected our brain. People from the outside would come in and facilitate AA meetings. So when I got out, I was able to have those relationships with the women who came in. I did the things that they suggested, and it took me about a year to get my children back, but I was selfish in my recovery, and I'm still sober. I have 5 years. I have my own apartment, I have my own car, we go on family vacations. The family vacations and the house and the car are cool, but it's the little things in recovery that really mean a lot to me, like seeing my 3 daughters in the kitchen cooking together in our house. It's simple stuff like that that really means a lot. My position here at the juvenile court is I'm a peer support for family treatment court, so I get to support parents who have a dependency case and their children were removed from their custody due to substance abuse. My lived experience has a purpose now, and now I get to show them that that's not their future, that they can have a beautiful life if they want to stay sober. The Exodus program can help you if sobriety is what you want. It's amazing, and and because you're incarcerated doing it, you don't have an option to leave, which really helped. But it's an amazing program, and Mike Vaughn, he's still the facilitator there, and he's amazing. So my life.
Some of you may remember Amanda received an award recently, CJCC award. She's a fantastic advocate, and also, again, with that lived experience, can bring a lot of hope to people's lives. So it was just an amazing testimonial from her. Beyond Exodus, as people go through the system, we do have a reentry program called Pathways to Community that I know you're aware of. This is attached to our jail. And I guess the only downside to this is that you have to be arrested to access some of these services, because it's an amazing array of services. As people leave the jail, they can walk down a hallway and get connected with housing, get connected with transportation, with peer support, with substance abuse treatment as well. And it's a great time for people. Sometimes there's clarity, right? After an arrest, after being in jail for a while, there's a clarity about making some life changes, and this is a great opportunity for people to engage in those treatments. So this is a collaboration with many entities that you can see there, and I think there's others actually that are not listed here as well, but these are snapshots of what it looks like. If you haven't toured it, I would recommend it. Again, it's just off the jail lobby, off a sawmill. People can get clothing as well that's donated there, and again, connected services. One of the things, I'm going to skip that one, but one of the things that we've done with the county attorney's office and some of our other partners is start a diversion program. So the difference between deflection and deflection is pre-arrest, diversion is post-arrest. And we started this program, it must have been two and a half years ago, connected to Pathways Reentry, because we found an opportunity to house one of our prosecutors over there and create contracts with people who are arrested and charged, or before charging, but as we receive those charging requests for simple drug offenses. So this would be, I gave you that example, the person pulled over and they have drugs, a simple drug possession case, class 4 felony. We allow people in that type of situation to avoid charges completely. Won't be charged if they participate in the Pathway Diversion Program, which is a 6-month suspension of charging where they connect to treatment. And if they remain sober, if they remain law-abiding, we won't charge the case. And we've seen great success. This last year, I think we saw over 65% success rate completing the program. It ties in greatly, amazingly with our Pathway Reentry, because the goal there is to reduce recidivism. And I'm really proud of this program, and we're trying to expand it. The issue, of course, as always, is money and resources, right? So if you guys know of any buckets of money you can tell me about. This is just to give you the model. What we were seeing in the past in history, right? Someone gets arrested for a drug charge. They're charged by our office. They're convicted. Probation enters the picture, and then probation, not surprisingly, would recommend that the person go to treatment. So why not just go straight to treatment? That was what we were seeing. It saves money, it saves time. You don't have to engage the court, you don't have to engage probation. If we can get these people connected to treatment earlier, then it helps everybody down the road. And you'll hear me talk about this at the end in terms of upstream, downstream effects.
Ammon, I have a quick question about that.
Yes.
They are not incarcerated, right? They are.
They are initially, when they're arrested and booked in jail, they're at the time of release, we will make this contract with them.
Okay.
Yeah. So typically on a charge like that, where it's just a simple possession of drug case, they would be released within those 24 hours. The judge would release them. Unless they had a criminal history that was concerning, they would typically be released. And that's at the point when our prosecutor would receive the charges or the police reports from the law enforcement, would talk to the public defender, who's also housed out there to help with these cases, would work with probation in terms of risk assessments, and they would make a decision, hopefully sign a contract that day, and then get them on their way. And again, with some conditions about what they can do while they're released. If they're not successful, then we go back to this traditional model. We charge the case, and they have to go through the court system. But this is what we're doing with the diversion program. Does that make sense?
Go ahead, Councilmember.
Ammon, is that the same as when people use the term court-ordered program, detox, or treatment? Court-ordered, or is it more voluntary, right?
This
It's
is
not
voluntary. Yeah, this isn't court-ordered. The court's not involved at this stage. We'll be talking about that. That's a little downstream. So once someone is arrested and charged and they enter into the system, we have specialty courts, treatment courts that Judge Reed will talk about. And the court may order some treatment in terms of sentencing as well, in terms of their probation terms. But this is before all of that. So the court's not even involved at this stage. The only time the court would be involved in these cases is at that initial appearance, but not at the Superior Court level. Does that make sense? Okay. All right, I think this is Judge Reed again.
Thank you. So one important point to make regarding Exodus is that it's jail policy, and I agree with it. It starts with the person asking to go into Exodus. So although it's a contained facility, a person can't simply leave. They have to start by asking and then being interviewed by Exodus staff. And that same kernel of desire follows through other responses that our criminal justice system has to try to help people. It starts with that person wanting the help. So now to turn back to our flow of case through our criminal justice system, we return back to the judge at sentencing. Well, many convictions give the judge the option of probation. And our probation system, I was referring to kind of the old view of monitoring and accountability, that view has evolved completely to where our probation officers view themselves as agents of change. And so they are actively involved in doing a number of things, but really identifying what the needs are for this particular person that we can help address as a system in order to reduce those needs and prevent them, hopefully, from coming back into the system, have them engage in that continued positive behavioral change. And then what risk level does this person have? And there we're not talking about risk of harm to others, we're talking about risk of failing probation. And so if a person is going to fail probation, they're going to go to prison, be held accountable, but then come back in the community in a couple of years, probably worse off. And so it's important for our probation officers to identify needs and risk, because if a person is high risk, we want to envelop them with more support, not necessarily just more monitoring, but more support services in order to help them succeed. So risk and need is very important, and then we are responsive to those risks and needs that we've identified in order to provide the right kind of care in order to then have this outcome of reduced recidivism. And this is called Risk Need Responsivity Program, or probation. And it identifies the risks and needs and matches interventions in order to optimize the best level of probation supervision and care. So we also talked about the cost to the community of incarcerating someone in the Department of Corrections. For a comparison, it's important to know, what does this cost? So whereas a year in the Department of Corrections costs our taxpayers in Arizona $41,000 a year on probation, on standard probation, costs $1,250 per year per person. So that can sometimes produce the exact results that our community wants. Sometimes a person is not able to be satisfactorily met with the services of standard probation, and they can have a higher level of supervision. That's a risk level response, so they get more, a better ratio of participants to probation officers. And then sometimes folks still need more help than we can do on standard probation or intensive probation. And so we have a number of treatment courts, and these are special courts that are designed to provide even a higher level of care, specifically for individuals who are high need for services. And we can talk about mental health care needs. They can go into mental health court. Substance use disorder needs, they can go into recovery court. Veterans present a variety of needs. They can go into veterans treatment court. And there's a variety of other courts across the county and municipalities that have similar type of responsive programs to provide this higher level of care But it's important to understand this is pretty far down that stream in the criminal justice system, so it's not something that we deploy right off the bat. We want to use other things like deflections and diversions to try to help everybody that we can. But as we go along, if we find individuals who are high risk and high need, then it's nice the best possible thing is to pair them into the right kind of program. And for these programs, the motto or mantra is that it should be easy for the right person to get in and very hard for them to fail. So yes, there's lots and lots and lots of second chances, each with consequences, but lots of patience as these individuals struggle to try to achieve long-term sustained success. So it's important to understand now cost. So the cost of a person participating in one of these treatment courts to the community, to the society, is $6,000 a year. So we talked about $41,000 for prison, talked about $1,200 for standard probation. $6,000 a year is the average for our treatment courts. So now we have a video regarding a participant from our treatment court. This is for Recovery Court.
Yesterday look at me and go, "You did drugs?" And I was like, "Yeah, I did drugs. I've been exactly where you're at. I know what you're going through." I would describe myself in 2019 as very broken. Didn't have really any life skills left. Everything about my life was centered around drugs or getting drugs or selling drugs. And I had no idea how to get out of that life. I knew I wanted a better life, but I didn't know how to achieve what I wanted. And I didn't really know how to be a human being anymore. The Recovery Court program involves intense outpatient therapy, individual therapy, random drug testing, court appearances, and meetings with the probation officer. And so part of what I had to go through in therapy was kind of realizing what caused me to use in the first place, why I picked up the pipe or the bottle or whatever it was, and to work through that instead of hiding from that pain and that trauma, to work through it and process it. And then another big part of it was learning relapse prevention and what would happen if I did relapse and what I would lose and the consequences of that. Another really big part of Recovery Court for me was building that support system that I needed to be successful in recovery. And I really did that. I found a meeting that I really wanted to go to, and I found a church that I'm a part of and a sponsor that works with me still to this day. Right now we're going through boundaries. And eventually DCS closed my case and I graduated from Recovery Court. And I actually made it through Recovery Court with 0 sanctions, which was amazing. I've learned that you can come back from that there's hope for recovery, that there's hope to get your children back, that there's hope to lead a normal life, and not only lead a normal life, but give back to society, give back in a productive and meaningful way. Now, I have all of these skills and tools that not only do I use for my own recovery, but I use them to help other people, which is really a big part of my recovery, is giving back and serving in the community. I'm a person in recovery, but I'm also a peer support specialist. I'm a mother, I'm a college graduate, and hopefully soon a substance abuse counselor.
So we have a variety of programs across our Superior Court, but also our justice courts and municipal courts to try to fold the right services together with supervision and court oversight in order to try to address the needs and the risks of the folks that are coming before us where it's appropriate. And again, these programs all start with that kernel of a person wanting this help. And so none of these programs are implemented or forced upon a person by any of the courts, but rather when a person asks for this kind of a resolution, sometimes it's possible for us to provide that kind of a treatment court model. So these are all the different programs that we have in Superior Court. And then there was a missing slide, but anyways, that slide showed some of the programs that we have through our justice courts and municipal courts. So now we have another video that we'd like to share with you regarding a participant who is in in our Superior Court mental health court program.
Lengths of time where I didn't eat anything unless it came out of a garbage can, You know, a good portion of my life, I've been homeless. I've either been homeless, I've been in jail, I've been in prison. It can be pretty rough, yeah, being homeless. You know, people try to take advantage of you because of your situation. So staying away from drugs is kind of hard to do when you're out on the streets because it's so prevalent there. I mean, I've done cocaine, meth, heroin, fentanyl, pain pills. I mean, I've done just about everything. I was having a hard time coming up with any money for anything, so I started boosting stuff out of stores, and then I ended up getting arrested for it. And then I was in jail for 16 months, and then I got put on probation.
The mission of the Mental Health Board is to facilitate stability for individuals with severe mental illness and co-occurring substance use disorders through a trauma-informed, court-supervised treatment program which reduces recidivism, promotes community safety, and aims to reduce harm and improve the mental well-being of all its participants.
On phase 1, you have to go to the court. Every week you meet with the treatment team and the judge. They have a class you have to attend on Thursdays. You have to go and do UAs whenever you're required to do a UA. You have to pay probation fees and court costs or fines. Your medication, you have to take your medications as the doctor prescribes them. You have to abide according to a curfew. You can't be out past a certain amount of time at night. They would give me rides to and from my court appointments. They helped me get my ID, wrote me letters of recommendation for jobs when I was trying to look for a job. And everybody in the mental health court is really helpful, and they really go the extra mile to do what they can to help people who are struggling with their addiction and their mental illnesses.
This is extremely well earned. You've done an incredible job. So I want to present you today with your certificate of graduation. You've done amazing. You're in a great place. We're all really proud of you.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations.
A lot of my charges were dismissed as part of the plea bargain. I mean, I've done really well in the program. I've done everything that I required to do because it was such a good deal for me. I wanted to make sure that I completed my probation. Since I got out of jail, I haven't drank or done any drugs. You know, I don't really need drugs and alcohol to get by. And I'm just thankful that I was able to use this situation for good. I perceived the situation properly, and now I'm at the end of it, so I'm just thankful to God also.
And as you can see, our limited jurisdiction courts across the county, including Flagstaff Municipal Court, try to address these same needs that continually and recurringly present in our communities and in our courts. So before I wrap up and pass the baton back to Ammon, I'll just return you back to our theme that a court or criminal justice system is only as good as its resources. And you can see that this community in Coconino County really tries to collaborate to come up with all the different ideas, all the different resources that we can gather in order to address those things that the judge had as a question at sentencing. How can I right the wrong? How can I hold this offender accountable? How can I make the victim whole? How can I prevent recurrence? How can we create lasting positive behavioral change to improve community safety and wellness? Thank you for your support for CJCC and all the work in our courts.
We may be, are we out of time? We got some time, Mayor? Okay. I hope you'll indulge me. I just want to tell a quick story because when we think about the criminal justice system, I think about it as a river or a stream. You think about all the things we're doing downstream, right? I mean, fantastic work, I think. I really am proud of what we're doing as a CJ community to address a lot of these concerns and help people out of that stream or out of the river. But there's so much we can do upstream. It's way easier to get people access to resources and connect them to treatment before they get into the criminal justice system. I think we should really start focusing more and more upstream. I'll just tell you one story. I had a murder case years ago. It was a bad one. It was a stabbing, death, gang-related, and I was trying this case, and there was a kid in the back of the courtroom, very noticeable, wearing gang colors with a face tattoo, and he was there every day, and he would kind of mad dog me as I'd leave the courtroom and things like that. And after the trial, years later, I end up with his case. He had a new case. It came across my desk, and I had to decide what to do with it. And my initial reaction is, I know this kid's gang affiliated. I know, he's been involved in some bad things. I'm going to send this kid to prison for 10 years. That was my initial thought. And then I talked to his defense attorney. His defense attorney really talked me out of this idea because he said, this kid has never had treatment. He was institutionalized as a juvenile. He got into the adult system and very quickly was criminal justice involved. And for whatever reason, I had a change of heart, and I decided that I was going to give this kid a shot. And I recommended to the judge that he be placed on probation and get some treatment. And then a few years after that, I'm sitting in a neighborhood meeting, and an older woman sitting next to me, and she turns to me and she says, "Mr. Barker, I know who you are," which is sometimes scary in my profession. And she told me that I prosecuted her son. It was this kid. And she said, "He's doing amazing. He's cleaned up. He's trying to get his kids back. He's on the straight and narrow." And I think about that kid a lot because I think about all the things we could have done earlier to intervene. I mean, luckily, he was able to get his way out of the system. I think he still struggles, right? I mean, it's not an easy life for anybody, especially when you're involved in the system that young. But we need to, I think, as a community, start thinking more and more about what we can do upstream. I think it's going to save us time, it's going to save us money, but more importantly, it's going to help some people. We've heard, in politics, you hear about being tough on crime or being soft on crime. I prefer to think about having a criminal justice system with a soul, where we think about every person has some value, has some worth. And it's not just about defendants, it's about victims too, who are the most vulnerable in this system. We didn't talk a lot about that. I think there's plenty of space for us to talk about victims of crime as well. And certainly we are laser focused to make sure that they're getting the help they need. But oftentimes I think the machinery of the system can crush up some people. And we need to make sure we're treating people as people and remembering the stories that people have in their lives. So I'll close with that, and we're happy to entertain questions, but we appreciate the time that you've given us to address the criminal justice system. There's so much more we could talk about. We try to condense into an hour, probably went over that by a little bit. But the City Council, Flagstaff is a huge part of this system in our county government, so thank you so much.
Thank you. We have several questions and comments. Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ammon, and all of you who presented to us today. This is all topics that you talked about tonight are really important to me, and particularly in terms of the deflection and diversion work that you were all discussing. I think one of the challenges in talking through this from that criminal justice perspective is that there is kind of a natural navigation of levels of criminality that comes into it, because it's presuming that criminal justice actual involvement. So for example, I go back to the slide where you were talking about all the different kind of stepwise processes, and noted when it referenced behavioral health, it was pre-arrest behavioral health, which to me sounds like a presumption of an arrest and like the criminalization of that behavioral health need, versus language like prevention that talks more about that upstream work that happens to ensure that someone is not getting involved in the criminal justice system. What I find interesting and where I really commend our Coconino County criminal justice system, our Flagstaff work, particularly as we talk about the care team and all of that sort of work that's happening for diversion or alternative response, is that we really are taking that more, I believe it was maybe Judge Reed who brought up the trauma-informed care teaching and techniques and practices, being involved in all of this. And I think one of the challenges in this is that a lot of these resources, as I think you all kind of noted in this presentation, are not available to our community until they are entering the system. And so just that's an ongoing conversation about how we bridge that gap and ensure that these resources are made available before someone is being involved in the criminal justice system or facing arrest or criminalization of what otherwise is primarily a behavioral health concern. I think I had two questions for you. So one was in talking about I think it was the example of the mental health court. First question there, so I think maybe I have three questions for you. But with the mental health court, is that primarily comorbidity or co-occurring support? So it's essentially mental health with substance use is where they're going through mental health court?
Yes, absolutely, that we see that commonly occurring. So the individuals who are in our Superior Court mental health court program have felony charges in Coconino County, and they are diagnosed either before they come into the program, SMI, or as they come into the program, they have the ability to, and then we facilitate their diagnosis, SMI. That connects them with resources for the rest of their life, and nearly 100% come in with co-occurring disorder between that serious mental health issue and substance use disorder. We also have another program in the Flagstaff Justice Court, and folks that have felony charges can resolve their case in the Justice Court, mental health court program, and these individuals have a bit lower risk. They still have the high need, and so they can go on a deferred prosecution agreement, be able to get connected with the resources they need, and they still have those regular recurring hearings before the judge to check in and see how they are doing. That's a pretty amazing thing because, like our Flagstaff Municipal Court, we don't have probation officers, and so the judge really takes over that role of having those frequent contacts with the individuals to make sure they're following through with things that they need to do. But yes, to answer your question, almost 100% have both substance use and serious mental health issues.
Thank you for that. In the video, they also referenced treatment fees, and I think that raised more than just a question. I just did the Flynn Brown Fellowship Program, and as part of that, we did a reentry simulation. And that was, I wrote down treatment fees because that was the point at which I didn't quit the simulation, but I kind of gave up trying to get out of the situation that my simulated character was in. And I'm wondering what sort of supports exist within our system for treatment fees. Because as we were going through the simulation, what we were finding was you couldn't get payment until you went to treatment. Well, then I can't pay for treatment fees because I can't get my job because I haven't been to treatment. And like that sort of circular problem that was happening, or you go for treatment and just by a roll of a dice, they said that you had a bad attitude, so you couldn't get treatment, so then you couldn't go back to finalize testing for a job. Do we take that into consideration in our system, and how are people supported with ensuring that they can actually pay these treatment fees or achieve this process?
Thank you for those questions. It really begs two answers, and I can really speak from my personal experience presiding over recovery court for the last 13 years. those special treatment court programs are based on proximal and distal objectives. And so the proximal objective is to show up and to be honest and to try hard. And so the fact that there are treatment fees associated for recovery court is $25 a week while you're receiving treatment in the program. That was a necessary implementation to try to balance the budget so that we could keep the program alive. But they're not getting turned away from treatment for not bringing $25. Rather, those treatment fees kind of accrue, and making payments towards those financial obligations is a distal objective. And so, for example, when individuals come into recovery court for the entirety of phase 1, they're not required to work. What they are required to do is to show up, to participate, to try hard. Maybe they even provide UAs or drug tests that maybe are even positive, because being sober is a distal objective. And so there are, of course, consequences for missing requirements, such as giving clean UAs, but the requirement to pay is something that comes back later on. So then as they finish phase 1 and they move into phase 2, now they're expected to work 20 hours a week. If they're not capable of working, they can combine any hours with community service work, and so it's work or community service for up to a total of 20 hours per week. Phase 3, 30 hours, phase 4, 40 hours. And so as they work their way along, then they're able to start making payments. And what we expect for payments is not you must pay your fees in order to move forward in the program. It's that you show that you know that there are fees by making regular payments to the best of your ability. And so we talk to folks about budgeting, about trying to start chipping away at those financial obligations. Many of our financial obligations are mandated by statute. For DUIs, for example, it's several thousands of dollars, and so that's nothing that we can do anything about. But as they work their way along, they start to take responsibility for those financial obligations, have a bank account, and be able to make those payments. Individuals graduate without having their fees all paid off, because these treatment courts are not pay your fines court. They are treatment courts for that very reason. And then finally, the other answer that your question begged, the state of Arizona has implemented the ability to get community service work hours credited towards financial obligations. And so we have implemented in our Coconino County Law Library a packet that gives information about that, and it's generalized for all of the courts, for use in all of the courts across Coconino County, so individuals can do community service hours, provide that documentation to the clerk of court or the court administration, and then receive credit to chip away at the eligible fines. Not all fines are eligible to be paid through community service work, and that's a function of statute. But where they are, we have provided and always encourage folks to be able to get out there and work on those financial obligations as a matter of civic responsibility. Sorry for being long-winded.
No, that's great. Thank you very much for all that information. The last question I have is just about the risk-need responsivity model or framework that's being used. And I'm wondering if, particularly as you did the trauma-informed care training or incorporated trauma-informed care into this framework, have you adapted or adopted any strength-based considerations in that? And by that, what I mean is a lot of times the risk-need responsivity framework is seen as kind of a deficit-based model, where it's all based on, what's the risk of someone reoffending or reusing, what treatment do they need, and all of that. And where strengths-based integration comes into it is also assessing what is this person bringing to the table right now? Do they have a support system? Are they really motivated right now to get out of this cycle? And how can that be integrated into their treatment? So has the system looked at integrating that at all?
I would say that it is well integrated. When an individual goes from their conviction, whether that's by plea agreement or trial, before sentencing, they do a pre-sentence report with the probation department, and that involves assessing, like you said, risks and needs with evidence-based metrics. And then those pre-sentence reports include those concerns that have been identified, but also includes an extensive dialogue on the strengths that the person brings to the table. And so we see that clearly in the pre-sentence report, and it really forms the basis of how the probation officers tailor services to those individuals. There is also an idea that's always challenging because of certain constitutional rights that individuals have, and the defense counsel's concern about infringing on those rights is to try to advance those kind of assessments earlier on in the process, pre-conviction. Maybe a person's first contact with the criminal justice flow could involve a risk, needs, and strengths assessment, so that could guide how the case is resolved, maybe giving some influence to what the prosecutor decides to do with the case. The problem there is the defendant is now speaking perhaps about their criminal conduct with the probation officer pre-conviction. So defense attorneys quite reasonably are not going to allow that to happen. But the idea is, as early as possible in the system, we want to try to identify what resources does this person bring, what needs do they have, and how can we try to best accommodate that to achieve that long list of things that I mentioned earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, next up we have Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you all for the presentation. Ammon, I'm trying to get all the names here right, Ted, Joe, and Diane. So my first question is, it kind of relates a little bit more to the juvenile process. As a child, my mother worked there for 25 years, so I was able to go in there when I was a kid, and when she was in the office, I'd play around and stuff. And you could hear in the background, quite a few inmates, and then you'd see them coming in and out and things. And if I remember correctly, there was like 10 or 20 kids in there at a time, juveniles at a time that had conducted some crimes. I was happy, in my former career as a delivery driver to go there, and while making a delivery, someone said, we don't even have kids here right now, which was, might have been an anomaly, but I thought that was progress. And from what you guys mentioned, with adding the resources for divergence, I was curious, you said that you had more control at the juvenile level, or something to that effect. You had more influence or something to that effect. I was wondering if these Exodus programs and the Pathways Diversion program were some of your attempts at observing that same kind of control to the adult side, and if those, if you had plans for expansion of those, or are they enough for now?
Well, let me address your first points first. I really do appreciate your observation. So our juvenile detention facility is absolutely necessary for this county to be able to have that resource. There are some other counties that have closed their juvenile detention facility and they ship their kids to other counties, maybe 5 hours away or more, and that causes tremendous hardship and for the kids, but also their families. So we need to have a juvenile detention facility, but our juvenile detention facility had 4 pods, and so as we were able to implement other responses than putting kids in jail, we were able to close one of those pods and make it the Hope Receiving Center, the deflection center for kids, and then we were able to close the second of those detention pods and make it into probation offices, and so it looks just as trauma-informed as the Hope Center, just really kind of like a New York chic apartment. So now we have 2 detention pods, and one of the metrics that we monitor in juvenile is to try to keep our detention population, our average detention population, as low as possible. And we also monitor the failures of probation and sending kids to the Juvenile Department of Corrections, which is juvenile prison, try to keep that number as low as possible. And so we have other charts that look a lot like that chart that I showed you earlier, showing the success of diversions not becoming into probationers. We have similar charts of showing how the number of kids that are in our juvenile detention facility declines and continues to decline over time, and the failures of probation going to juvenile prison, that is declining over time. So that means that the things that we're doing are working. To your second point, juvenile is like a microcosm. It's easier, I don't really have the control, but it's easier to say, well, we're going to make changes in this smaller system than it is to make changes in the bigger adult criminal justice system. But absolutely, the things that are happening in the adult system are in the same philosophy of trying to have this early intervention to try to help people make the changes necessary. Because we know if we get to the end of the line and a person has 3 prior felonies and they go to prison for 4, 10, 15 years, they're not coming back to this community better. They're coming back to the community worse, and they are coming back to the community in almost all situations. So I can't take credit for the Exodus program because that was the sheriff and the previous sheriff. Fantastic programs, totally consistent with the work that we're doing in the broader criminal justice system. And what the sheriff observed was that he had folks sitting in jail and they need treatment. And so he says, well, as they go out in the community, we can release them and hope they go to treatment, or we can start providing some treatment here. And so several sheriffs have created this outstanding program. And then Sheriff Driscoll found that as these individuals get released from the jail, they don't have services. They might have the little rubber flip-flops that they have in the jail. They might have almost paper pants and be sent out in the winter with no place to stay. And they've just maybe finished Exodus, and we really hope that you do great. See ya. And then they might come back that next day back into the jail. And so that's why the collaborative view was to develop the Pathways program, and then the county attorney, seeing that that's an opportunity to get involved to create the diversion programs out of the Pathways program. So these are really, really important growths, not from what juvenile is doing, but in that same philosophy that we're trying to provide services as soon as we can. To your final point, we need much more, and that's what the CJCC is working on. We're trying to create options for people to get help. And the behavioral health component that was in that triage wasn't meant to be a stigma of that. It was to say, well, if a person is having struggles with substance use disorder, they shouldn't have to get arrested and go to jail to get the help that Exodus has. And of course, there are places around where people can try to get help, but if you ever try to do that, you see more closed doors and more delay and more, come back another time than easy access to services. And so that's the kind of barriers that the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council observes and is trying to work with all of our partners to remove, to make it easy to get access to basic necessities, clothing, jobs, housing. Not that we're going to give these things away, but we want to try to facilitate people's success.
Thank you so much, Judge Reed.
And you shouldn't give lawyers microphones because we just don't stop talking. Sorry.
That was a very thorough and complete answer.
Sorry.
And I do appreciate that. I think the next question might be for Diane. I'm not exactly sure. And if this question isn't answerable, then that's fine as well. Just let me know. But I heard through watching commission meetings that you guys have some partnerships with the city of Flagstaff on the sustainability and receiving a sustainability grant potentially, and maybe a BIA grant, a Beautification in Action grant as well. I was wondering if you can kind of speak to those partnerships and what, as we've seen at the juvenile, what is that thing called? The juvenile program. Yes, Hope Receiving Center program. We see a lot of art inside of that. We see a lot of feng shui to where it doesn't make you feel like you're being incarcerated, but you're more in a place of openness and creativity, flow of thought. And if you could speak to how maybe some of these programs that you have partnered with the city are also going to connect the CJCC to some of that beautification.
Well, thank you so much for asking that question, really, because we are so excited to have been a recipient of the City of Flagstaff Sustainability Grant. We are working through that process, and with that, we're going to be commissioning an original piece of art from a local indigenous artist that's made out of materials that would have otherwise ended up in a landfill. And that is going to hang in the Superior Court with Judge Reed's consent and permission, and so that's going to add an entire new dimension to the Superior Court. And then late yesterday afternoon, we were awarded the Beautification in Action grant as well, or we are one of the many recipients of that, and that is to purchase art to hang in the Superior Court. And one of the commissioners mentioned that he had recently been in the Superior Court, and it would, and I'm going to use his words, I agree with it, but he said it was pretty bleak in the courthouse. And it's an institution that has a lot of procedural aspects to it. But at the same time, as we've all talked about, the people that come into the court are the reason why we're there. And we need to be more mindful and more aware of the people and the individuals that come to our court for the court services. And a lot of times, that's on the absolute worst day of their lives. And, I've got plenty of stories from working in a court for many years. And so I'm so happy to be a part of this and to be partnered with the City of Flagstaff to be recipients of both of these grants so that we can make this a more welcoming, a softer, a more supportive, and more stabilizing environment as part of the courthouse. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you for answering that question. That it enlightens me for sure. And in the nature of partnerships, you at least have my support for partnerships moving forward. And I think this is going to be more spoken to Ammon, but you don't need to get up. But you're probably going to find out my phone number real soon because I've been itching to get closer to this program, speaking with Councilmember Matthews because she is the council person assigned to it. And I don't expect her to give it up, but I certainly just want to be there. I have deep connections to the community, and I've seen so much success come from these type of programs that may not have been around 20 or 30 years ago. And to see how the evolution of the people that are, really not criminals, they're just criminally minded because of the condition that they're in, get help as opposed to get locked up, brings a lot to my solace. And I want to be able to share my experiences with those who are just first stepping out of those doors as well. And I think I could add a lot to that. So thank you guys for that.
Could I respond briefly, council member? I really appreciate that. And one of the things maybe that you would find informative and valuable is coming to one of our community engagement meetings. So I'd share that for the CJCC. It's one of our subcommittees. And this is one of the projects out of that is to come out to city council around the county and other venues to try to talk about what we're doing. But that might be a place, council member, if I don't know how assignments work out here, but I would invite anybody here today to attend from time to time just to see what we're talking about. Because really what we want is the feedback from community as well. We're doing a lot of talking here, but we'd love to hear ideas about how we can do better. So thank you.
Thank you for that.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. I have been on the CJCC as a liaison since I've been on council for 3 years. And I learned some more stuff today. But one thing that I've observed through these 3 years is a continuous self-examination and questioning just because this is the way it's always been done, is this the right way for our community? And sometimes really being pushed out of comfort zones and talk about hard things. So it's been really a great experience for me to watch this. And Ammon and Judge Reed and Joe and Diane, they're just a little sliver of the CJCC. We have the chief, we have the jail, we have the prosecutors. Any position that involves the justice system is there to talk about through their perspective and not just from the judge's level when he finally gets the case or Ammon's. So it's really great to see our community go. So, and one thing, a comment I wanted to make is we did, Councilmember House, just talk about probation fees and how that can be a barrier to continuing and being successful. And it's a hard conversation because sadly, a lot of the department is funded through some of those fees, but understanding how difficult it is, someone getting on their feet to pay those fees. And so it doesn't go unnoticed, and it doesn't go and just say, so what, you have to pay it. Some of them they do, as Judge Reed said, but it was a hard conversation that we had. And I don't know if this is for Ammon or Judge Reed, but we do have some incredible programs here. CARES Unit, which we all know about, the Justice Bus, Exodus program, which I have had some experiences with through my nonprofit. We took in a lot of people that were just out from jail, and their sponsor was very supportive of saying, we know this person's gonna have a job in a short amount of time. Pathways. Ammon and I are, involved in adding to that with the medically assisted detox. That's another layer of service that we're missing here. But my question is this common in different counties? Do all the counties, Maricopa, Yavapai, Canal County, are they doing all this stuff as well?
No. I would say there's versions of this everywhere. Maybe not all of the things that we're talking about. You mentioned the Justice Bus. I think isn't that the first in the state that, I mean, we're really up front. I mean, we're modeling some really cool programs, I think. But the barrier, you mentioned Maricopa County, they have a lot of these types of programs. They're resource rich also, that their population's different. We've tried to adapt to the populations we have, and you know, we have an indigenous population that is more substantial than you'd see in other places as well. So we're dealing with different challenges or different opportunities. But yeah, I think we're cutting edge on a lot of things. Certainly, we could do a lot more. And I think that's part of the conversation we're having. And you mentioned detox and other services like it that we still need here. You can go down to Prescott and you can find a lot of those types of services. You know, we don't have that here. Or at least the abundance of services that they have down there. And that's a question we should all ask ourselves, why that's not happening here. And that's probably a longer conversation than we have time for today. But yeah, to answer your question, I think we're really proud of what we're doing, but obviously a lot more work to do.
Thank you, and I just want to encourage, I missed it last week, but if you want to just have a rewarding afternoon, go to Recovery Court and just see the sense of accomplishment and hope and the support from families and friends, and it's packed. The last time I went was 2 months ago, and I was a few minutes late, and it was hard getting through the crowd just to go find a seat because it's very supportive and it's a very rewarding thing to witness. So I encourage my fellow colleagues to go and just get a taste of it. It's really a great thing to see. So thank you all for coming and presenting this to so many people. And this is why I wanted to be on CJCC, is because I didn't know a lot of what we did and why and the process and what other programs we have, and we hear one-side opinions and stuff. So it's always great. I look forward to tomorrow's meeting because I know the doctor's going to push us for another level off the comfort zone. But anyway, I just am thankful that we have the community in our justice system that we do up here. So thank you very much.
Councilmember Aslan.
Thank you, Mayor. Ammon, Diana, Joe, and Judge Reed, thank you so much for your time and talent in bringing the Recovery Court and the CJCC to fruition, and to being with us here today to give us this report and spread the good word and provide everyone a feel-good update here. You all have full-time jobs, and this is somewhat on top of all of the other work that you have to get done on a daily basis that comes through in a flood all the time. So just appreciate your ability to have those balls in the air and move some of this stuff forward in a way that's where you're taking agency in all of this. Criminal justice with a soul. I wrote that down. I really love that phrase. I think it captures everything. And I would like to see politicians running for office who used to be prosecutors and things like that talking in those terms. And this will get back to the question I have at the end of my comments. I wanted to make just a couple comments because I don't often speak up about these things, and this is an opportunity for me to sort of share my voice and my perspective and to reassure you all of where I am and where my values stand in this topic. I firmly believe in this approach and the proven programs that rehumanize those caught in the system. Frankly, we should reinvent the criminal justice and the incarceration system in the United States from the ground up. We should just scratch it all and start over. With what we know these days, we can leave a lot of bad habits behind, I think. You know, I worked a lot on implementing programs like this when I lived in Sacramento in the early and mid 2000s, and it's so nice to know that some of that little seed work, which so many people in the community were very excited and enthusiastic about, you know, it gets rooted and it's positively affected the outcomes for so many people over the past 2 decades, and will continue to do so. So the groundwork that you guys are laying now with all the hard work that you're doing over time is something that's going to have a legacy 40, 50, 60 years from now. I firmly believe that. You know, I've seen how effective a humanizing approach works, and I try to put myself and my family in the shoes of a person or parents who have suddenly been caught up in all of this. I love, Diana, what you opened with, you know, that sliding doors sort of awareness that any one of us with a bad roll of a D20 die could be finding ourselves tangent or bogged down in the system ourselves. And, you know, I don't want to be remembered or judged for the worst thing, for the worst mistake or the worst breach in character I've ever had. And I've been through the same program that Councilmember House mentioned, and I try to remember at all times how privileged and blessed I am not to be faced with the obstacles and challenges that confront the victims of our broken system. So speaking of working upriver, I'm glad that picture is still there with us because it's a great motif. You know, I have no doubts whatsoever, Judge Reed, that you'll throw the book at anyone who needs the book thrown at them. But you're in the best position of anyone to make a determination that an approach with soul might be the appropriate one, the effective one, and the cost-effective one. And I would extend that that feeling, that default notion to any judge in our system. I believe they deserve that benefit of the doubt. So I'd like to hear from any of you who prefer, who can give somewhat of a full balanced response to this. What is currently being done here in Arizona by you guys? What kind of organizing is happening around the state to reduce or get rid of minimum mandatory sentencing? You know, that's talk about upriver. We're kind of at the source of the river there. And how, you know, how optimistic or pessimistic are you guys that eventually, you know, this is political, right? So sure. Legislature we're in this cycle where it's very popular to just double down on criminal justice and be hardlined on it. Mm-hmm. So what are you guys doing to get under the rug on that and pull it out and make changes? And do you have any optimism that it's possible here in Arizona?
I think it's possible. I can't say that there's any great effort right now. I think you put your finger on it. I mean, it's statutory, it's legislative. Certainly we have advocates, you know, in prosecuting offices at the judicial level that could speak to it and try to advocate for changes. I don't see it happening in the short term. Here's what I would say about mandatory minimums, because I don't think it's a black and white issue either, let's be honest. If you take those away, you can have disparate outcomes because you have different judges with different beliefs, right? We saw that in the early days, before mandatory minimums. Now, it's not to say that mandatory minimums are great, right? We've certainly seen how that's been abused, and it really has put a lot of the decision-making authority into the prosecutor's hands. I mean, in my office, we really can put people on the map anywhere we want based on mandatory minimums because, as the judge mentioned, with plea agreements, the judge has to abide by the terms of the plea agreement. Those plea agreements are largely determined by a calculation about how much prison time that person's looking at, right? Now, I can speak for my office when I say that we believe we can wield that responsibility in a way that will help our community and not just to, you know, get big sentences. That's not what we're about. We talk about that as a philosophy in my office, but that's my office. I mean, if you're talking statewide, right, every office is going to be different and they can use that or abuse that. Here's what I would say in defense of the idea of keeping mandatory minimums, and it's not to say that I support them wholesale, but you have prosecuting offices with multiple prosecutors talking about a single case, as opposed to one judge hearing about a case and making a decision versus another judge in isolation hearing about a case, making a decision. You can see how that could also be a problem, right? Just to loop back to my original thought. I think the answer, honestly, is more communication between prosecutors, defense counsel, and the judges. We have a beautiful system here. We're small enough where we can have these types of conversations about, here's what the statute says, but you have the authority, prosecutor, to take that person out of that paradigm. And that happens every day. Joe could speak to this, Judge Reed could speak to this. But I think that's a conversation we should still be having. I'm not prepared today to say that, just eliminating them would solve all of our problems, but I think it's a conversation worth having. And we've all seen how it's been abused over the years by different agencies.
And I don't mean to make mandatory minimum sentencing the boogeyman or the problem in the room. It's really just an invitation to openly think about how are you guys organizing to change fundamentally the way that criminal justice works in Arizona so that it is more humanizing and it has more soul. What's happening with your group in coordination with other groups around the state? What kind of conversations are there? What kind of creative thinking is occurring to be in charge of all this and to have agency over it and not just be constantly reacting to a soulless system?
Sure. I'll let the others speak too, but I would say that in my role statewide, I'm on a APAC committee, so this is the executive committee, so this is all the agency, the county attorneys meet together with also some city attorneys, the AG as well. A lot of our conversations are about diversion programs. A lot of it is about how do we funnel money into these types of programs. You'd be surprised how little of it is about increasing penalties or punishment. That's not really, even in areas where you would feel like that would be more prominent, there's not a lot of conversation at that level. Now, I'm sure it's happening at agency level in more granular areas, but at that level, I think we're looking just for opportunities to make it easier for people to exit the system. You often hear us talking about how we want fewer customers, right? If you think about it in those terms, we don't want people coming back. We're looking to work our way out of a job. So that I would say that is a statewide conversation. And the Justice Bus, we earned an award for that at the court level for the state. The Supreme Court gave an award for that because I think they want to highlight those types of efforts too and make that a model for other places around the state. So I appreciate the question. I think I'll let Joe and Judge Reed weigh in as well.
Thank you, Council Member. I would just want to comment, maybe make a counterintuitive statement about mandatory minimums, because I don't think that the mandatory sentencing is necessarily the problem, like Ammon said. I think maybe the way that it's structured right now is clumsy and can be fine-tuned. But just to give an example, I worked in Chicago for a while before I came to Arizona, and Illinois is, at least at that time, didn't have a mandatory sentencing scheme. So you could go to trial and be convicted of possession of drug paraphernalia, and you could get, up to 10 years. And you had no idea where you were going to fall in that. So mandatory minimums have the advantage of, at least philosophically, of providing some certainty in the system. In Illinois, there was a real thing called the trial tax, which was if you took your case to trial, you got punished for taking your case to trial if you lost. That's not a problem in Arizona, at least in Coconino County, because there are those ranges, and the judge can only go up or down in those ranges based on statutory factors. So it's that the bones of that are, I think, useful. But to your question about what has been done to kind of make the system a little bit more human, to mitigate some of the drastic effects of the sentencing scheme that we have. I'm a member of a couple of different defense-oriented statewide associations. I know that we work with APAC on legislation at times. And just to give an example of in the last, I'd say 2 or 3 years of what we would call successes in changing legislation, they're small, but incrementally we'll be working on it. There's a thing in the sentencing statutes called what we call an undesignated felony offense. So the judge or the prosecution through a plea agreement can make this, you plead to a felony, but if you successfully complete your probation, it's not designated a felony forever. Under certain conditions, it can become a misdemeanor, which is very helpful for a lot of people who have committed potentially a serious offense, but we don't want to ruin their life forever. For a long time, while you were on probation, that designated offense was considered a felony for all purposes. So you had to report it on applications for jobs, for financial aid, to get housing, that sort of thing. And a couple of years ago, it switched so that it wasn't considered a felony. It was considered a misdemeanor for those purposes. So it allowed probationers with those types of sentences we weren't required to check the box, so to speak, on applications and the like, and it made it easier for them to complete probation because they're easier for them to get housing, easier for them to get a job. Another one that I can think of is, when we're talking about mandatory sentencing, is that for a long time, it'll take too long to explain how this happens, but sometimes a person will go to trial and be convicted of multiple offenses that weren't committed at the same time. So it was one month, one the next month, another the next month. And by statute, the first one was considered a first-time felony offense. The second one was considered a felony offense with a prior. The next one was considered a felony offense with 2 priors. And it just ramped up really fast. Little change of the statute was that the first one's a first-time felony. Anything after that is what we would call a Category 1 felony. So it didn't have this doesn't have this exponential ramping effect like it used to. To me, is that a perfect solution? No, but those are the types of things that you can get legislators' attention on and you can make some headway on. So having small conversations like that and chipping away, I think, is probably the best way to do it. But maybe we'll have the wrecking ball at some point and we can rebuild it. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation tonight. When I think I know a lot about the system, you come up tonight and I'm like, wow, I didn't realize that. So thank you. A couple of thoughts. I was at the BPAC meeting with Diana, and those walls do need some art, so I am so glad that we're doing that. And thank you to everyone involved in helping with that. And I have attended the recovery court, and will echo council members Matthew's sentiment that if you haven't been, it's definitely something to attend. It's heartwarming, and just to see the journey that they go through and the success at the end, it's amazing. And I did tour the pathways, and I think that's a great service that we have. And I'm wondering, I guess on that one, do you put people in the pathways that have gone through the courts and maybe offer services at that point? Like more as a humanistic, like, hey, I have been right where you're at, and I would like to help you in this next part of the journey.
Yeah, I think I can. Thank you for the question, Councilman. Yeah, the pathways, the way it's set up right now is you have to be arrested to actually access those services. It's attached to the jail. It's a reentry service. There's no way to access that hallway. I mean, there is technically, physically a way to access the hallway, but really it's set up so that people exiting the jail have access to those services as they leave. There's no real court involvement at that point. And this is maybe part of the problem, maybe you're highlighting this. Some of the issues here is we love there to be no wrong door to access all these services and to have like a campus of sorts under one roof that everybody can get to, whether you're coming from the jail or from the street, right? This is all the way Pathways is set up right now. It kind of predates the court involvement part of it. Where you see them accessing that after court, I suppose, is after if they've already received a referral to come back another day. But the court's not really involved at that stage in the pathway or reentry program. Does that answer your question?
Somewhat.
It didn't answer it, it sounds like. It looks like.
Somewhat. I mean, you did clarify. Did you have something to add?
Oh, I think perhaps one of the things that you're highlighting is what we've seen in the last 5 years really has been an exponential growth in opportunity for persons with lived experience to find places in the system at all sorts of different agencies and community partners so that they can help individuals who are going through struggles, whether that's a person that's a peer support specialist helping in family treatment court, helping support a person as maybe they're trying to get their kids back, or a peer support specialist at Hope Lives working with anybody from the community that can get a referral through the guidance center to go get those kind of support. So that's something that didn't happen when I started in recovery court and is now something that you can be a person in recovery, you can get training and education at Hope Lives to become a peer support specialist and really find a tremendous, not just a way of keeping your own sobriety recovery going, but of giving back to others. And the experience these individuals have is tremendous, and it's incredibly valuable to others who are going through those struggles.
Thank you, and that was what I was trying to get at. I think there's nothing better than having a peer-to-peer conversation. You can be real and understand one another and really get to a different place. So thank you for clarifying that. And Ammon, I have one more question for you. Kind of a broad question, but what does success look like for the CJCC in 5 years?
Oh, that's a great question. I would say a few things. I would say, one, that we've accomplished one of the goals, I think, which is to find an avenue for some of these upstream approaches that we talked about. Personally, I would like to see a physical space where the care unit, for instance, could take someone, where the police could drop off somebody, where they could get wraparound services, not just medical detox, but outpatient, inpatient treatment, residential care, where that's tied into peer support, like we heard about from the judge, where it's tied into housing opportunities. That's really what I would like to see, kind of a holistic model. That's maybe more personal to me, although I think Judge Reed and Joe and Diana can speak to that and their own enthusiasm for that type of model. Ultimately, we'd like to see fewer people in the criminal justice system, right? How that's measured is, it's difficult, right? I was having this conversation this morning with the defense attorney. We were talking about kind of the statistics, if you will, the numbers from this last year and how we've seen violent crime rise from last year, 15%. And that's not good, but it's also hard to identify what's causing that. There's so many variables, so many factors. Certainly we need to address it with core intervention at some level, but again, going back to that story I talked about earlier intervention maybe prevents a lot of that downstream as well. So I would say also decrease charging numbers, decrease cases in the court system. And then I would say, finally, I would say success would be everyone within Coconino County feels like they have a place in the system. They have a voice in the system, that they have access to justice. That's a big part of the reason we started the Justice Bus. Coconino County is over 18,000 square miles. There's a lot of remote communities out here that don't feel connected to Flagstaff, don't feel connected to the court system in a way that they should. I've had victims in cases that had to drive 3 hours to attend court, all right, to see justice happen. We have people in the community that have unresolved warrants. Maybe they don't even know about it, but it's preventing them from accessing certain services. It's maybe keeping them isolated from this community, Flagstaff community, because they're afraid to get picked up on a warrant from 10 years ago. So trying to resolve those things. So I would say also, yeah, the final answer would be just to make sure that everybody feels like they're seen as a person and that they have a way to access justice in the community. Was that just for me, or do you want other people? Because I'm sure they have better answers than I just gave.
Your answer was beautiful. Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
All right. Well, thank you for the insightful questions, Council, and thank you for that presentation. This is a realm that I think most of us and a lot of members of the community don't interact with, and so have no idea what's already being done and just kind of the process of going through the system. So thank you very, very much. And thank you for all your work on the CJCC.
Thank you for having us, Mayor, members of the council. Appreciate it.
All right, we are moving down to our next item. We have staff ready here.
Well, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. We are pleased to be here. I'm Scott Overton, your Public Works Director, and I do have a handful of staff with me this evening. About a year ago, if you recall, switching gears from our last presentation, we had made some substantial modifications to our service programming and to our delivery, and we had committed at that time to bring back to Council kind of a report. So this has now been 1 year since some of our modifications were put into place, and tonight we have a brief presentation to walk through some of those operational adjustments, some of those public communication pieces that were modified, to walk you through some finances, and to help you understand the health of our fund financially, but also understand that there are more than just financial values at play. We clearly have a core service, and we have a reality to deliver the business of collecting folks' rubbish and trash and recyclable content. And it is a simple job, but at the same time has some complexity. So I know for you, this is probably something that you do get some frequent inquiries about. I think you'll probably receive some feedback. We have a lot of customers, and we hear from some more than others, but I think our goal this evening is, of course, to have you get as much information as possible. Make sure you understand the effectiveness of some of the things we have done, and then we're going to ask you for some feedback on a couple things that we'd like to continue to consider. So in your brief presentation, you'll see there's a general outline of what we're going to discuss this evening. We'll go through this presentation, but I start with the first slide, and then I'm going to turn it over to Sam Beckett, our Solid Waste Section Director, to kind of go through and ask you to pay attention and understand what he's trying to communicate, and then we'll, of course, have plenty of dialogue with you all as well tonight. So first of all, the business of trash and recycling is maybe not complex more than it is nuanced. We have relationships around the state with other communities and with our industry partners across the nation. We read a lot of trade journals and we learn a lot about this commodity of recyclables and trash products and flows and all these technical things, which make it complex, and it's a little bit nuanced, but it really is a pretty simple business when we break down how we do the collections effort, the disposal, and the safe operation of what we do every day for the resident and the citizen. One key driver for this conversation and for all of these actions is in 2023, we assumed the Norton Recycling Center. They used to process recycling just off of Butler. We assumed that, and that created an additional work program within our solid waste fund to the tune of about $1.35 million. So it was a real number. It was a real consequence of a third-party private sector company leaving our community and then transitioning to city municipal services at that time. So that was certainly something that we had to quickly adapt to. If you recall, we had entered the agreement with a short-term bridge contract, and then we modified to more of a longer-term agreement with Friedman Recycling. They're a Valley City larger recycling company, and they now transport all of our recyclables to the Valley City to be processed. So no processing occurs here other than transfer, and Sam will get into that a little bit. So we tried to live within our means for about 14 months, and then we did that without service modifications. That ended about a year ago when we realized we were not going to be able to survive financially if we continued long term. That's when we made some modifications to our service delivery, and to what our customers had received in historic times, I think the important point to remember is we also had some operations issues with our staff and overtime and time off and the morale, and we were trying to balance the operational needs with our employees and our work group without adding a lot of FTEs, but really focusing on how do we kind of create a little bit better balance. We knew having operators working 70, 80 hours a week was not super healthy. It was also really hard on our equipment. We couldn't have enough downtime for processing repairs, and so some of those drivers weren't all financial, and I really can't underscore that. We've had some regional limitations, geographic isolation, markets have changed, the processing facilities are further from our distance. We are now a spoke within a hub. We've accepted that, we understand it, and I think Phoenix area continues to struggle with this, and they are really right in the middle of all of it. And then I mentioned we have a lot of peer community understanding, a lot of relationships that have been good, and all of these things have helped us come to best practices. So I'm going to turn it over to Sam. We appreciate your attention and understanding that we do need a little bit of time to walk you through these, and then we'll, of course, sum it up with some of our at least asks or recommendations for you to consider and get that feedback from you tonight. So thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. As Scott said, I'm serving tonight as your Solid Waste Section Director, a little different than last week. As Scott kind of set the stage here going into it, we'll kind of get into the operational changes we talked about last year, a little bit of a refresh, and how things are going. So big portion of why we did this as we went into offsetting some of these operational changes, we knew that we were just finishing our last increment of our last rate study in 23. That was the last increase we saw out of that rate study. So a big part of this was how do we defer this rate study, and can we live within our means and ensure that next time we go into a rate study, we're in the best, most effective, most efficient possible scenario we can be in before we go back and start talking about rates to our community. We know that's a very, very big topic with all services that the city provides, no matter what that utility is. So it's something we're very cognizant of and something we had front of mind as we work through this. Again, we needed time to stabilize the section, the operation, to ensure that everything got back to a point of healthy operation. As all operations do, we see that fluctuation. We have those times when everything's smooth and calm and life is good. We also seem to catch this transition time at a point where maybe we weren't as smooth and as calm as we were hoping to be. So this gave us that opportunity to try and bring that back to some sort of normalcy for these operations, while also recognizing we were running in a deficit. And how did we get out of that deficit? We can't buy our way out of it. We recognize that, but we also know that we are mandated to provide certain services. We put together a proposal, brought it to city leadership. We walked through that several times to ensure that we were bringing the best possible changes without reducing service to a point where we were no longer providing service, and just tying it back to something we could manage. We went through that several times before we brought it to council back in January of 25. I will say that, as I said, you go through those ebbs and flows. We are moving in a very positive trajectory right now. We've brought on some new leadership, and that was just from natural attrition. We had people who promoted, moved into other organizations. We were fortunate to have some really good leadership within our own ranks. We brought in some really good people. We've also brought in some people from outside the organization who have a really fresh perspective on a lot of what we're doing and focusing on things like waste diversion and just overall better operational stability. So this is kind of where it all started. When we assumed this operation, there was kind of a mess, if you will. I think some of you were fortunate enough to tour that before we got in there. I say fortunate, but it was also a really good transition phase. As you can see, it's a very clean, very simple operation from the way we run it today than what was ran previously. There's a reason that that transition happened. That private market just wasn't as supportive as it needed to be to keep them up and running. So as we saw that transition to us, we recognized quickly that we couldn't invest into that facility to make it what it could be, what it should be, is back to a sort facility. So what we did was we turned it into a transfer facility. It did take 2 personnel to keep that up and running, and a supervisor to oversee the operation, to coordinate with our vendors, keep an eye on the open market and what that commodity is doing out there on the market. Right now, we transfer about 379 tons of material per month. We just closed out this last year here. We were just under 5,000 tons of material processed through the facility last year alone. As part of this, we wanted to ensure that we weren't just taking on an operation to try and keep it alive. We also wanted to make sure we were still providing a good service, and that was meaningful. So as we found the right vendor to partner with, we also recognized we needed to continue to do things like our commodity audits to ensure that the product that's coming in is the right product for us, and that we're messaging and working with the public, ensuring that our community understands what it is they should be recycling versus what maybe we could throw in the trash versus what we had done historically. As we went through some of our audits, we did one initially right when we were in that stopgap, and we were doing some interim work to see where we were. The biggest thing for us is contamination. That's what we're really looking for, is what is our contamination rate versus our product. We saw about a 20% contamination rate. Honestly, our national average is about 25%. So good news for us is we're staying underneath that kind of national average. Does it mean we don't have work to do? No, we always have work to do to try and enhance those services. Fall of 25, we were able to complete another audit with Friedman Recycling. That went fairly well. We were right at 19.98, so we're still holding right at about that 20% threshold of contamination. They call it residual material within the recycled product. The recycling commodity is a very volatile market. It's one of those that I have to stay very engaged with in some open market associations, websites that kind of stay up almost like the stock market, believe it or not, when it comes to the commodity within recycling. So we have to watch that from month to month because we see significant changes. And some of the product that we bring down, we get a rebate on as we tip that down there with our vendors. So if markets are low, our rebates aren't as high. And for us, the only market we can really leverage at this point was the Phoenix market. That's where the largest industry is, if you will, for recycling. It's mainly the largest processing industry. Not a lot of the recycling happens within the city of Phoenix. Most of all the work that they do is sorting the material, moving it out to other facilities, so it's just additional transport. And that's a big piece of what we pay for every year is the transport fee and processing. As you can only imagine, bringing a truck up and down the hill 2 or 3 times a day, it just adds up, and then in addition to the weight of the product. So a recap of our program changes. We'll get into these individually as we move forward here, but these were the big ones here: the holiday schedules, our commercial collections, our hoist and haul service, bulk trash, our hazardous product center, the green waste program. We're not going to hit on as much here, but it's one that saw change, but it was pretty nuanced. We'll talk about that. And then community communications. So holiday schedules. This was something that solid waste, as we saw those ebbs and flows, was no longer able to recognize and observe where the holidays. We were working 7 days a week, and they were working about 14, 15-hour days on average. So we knew that we needed to wrangle that back in. It also helped with some of our financial stability, as well as allowing time for our operational team to have a little better work-life balance. We also recognize that there's some areas that we can't and we don't have that option to just shut off service on holidays. We know that there's some key areas like our downtown corridor. We still provide key service to those areas even though there is a holiday, to ensure we don't see some of the overflow issues that we run into from time to time. We also work special events, New Year's Eve, things like that. Our pine cone drop we saw down there. So it just depends on the event. The other piece of that is if we could get our collections operations to a point where they were observing holidays, we could also get our landfill back to a point where they could get the holiday observations as well. So that was a big piece for us. One of our top concerns was how are we going to communicate with our residents? We knew that putting a notice in the water bill every month wasn't going to do it. So we went out and we worked with a vendor, one that was already working with Sarah Langley in her office, Constant Contact, And I think for many of you who might live within the city limits, you probably get these messages every month or every month that we have a holiday. And the focus of the message was helping people understand some of the operational changes that were happening. Last year, our focus was on the observed holidays and just getting people used to using the tool, recognizing that check your email, see if there's a service change. If you have any concerns, reach out to us. All the links are embedded within the email, and the QR codes are in there as well to help people get to resources faster. What our plan is moving forward is we're going to use that more as now an educational tool, now that we've kind of used that first year as a warm-up. The other big piece was no bulk trash collections on those holiday weeks. The only way we could get back to a point of balancing operations was we needed the staff. We needed to move those staff into our collection side of the house to ensure we had enough to be able to get everything caught up on either side of the holiday, depending on where that holiday falls. We still provide those limited services to downtown. Commercial collections, this is one that we are not mandated to provide under the state statutes, but we also know it's a high value to many in the community, some of our partners, NAU, FUSD, and some of the other municipalities in the region. So to find stability here, we made a few changes. Part of those were in hopes to reduce overtime. This was a big piece that we needed to reduce that overtime in, but we still wanted to be able to provide service, like I said, to our key customers. So we ensured that we got back to cutting back on no Sunday services, getting back to working 5 to 6 days a week. We know Saturdays are really focused on our downtown core, a couple key service areas. And then this also allowed us to get back to maintaining the equipment to a level that it deserved and that it frankly needed. And then our goal here was to continue serving our existing customers without accepting any new customers. That was the big change here. I say it's a big change. It was just us saying we're going to service those who we have and recognizing you just can't add any more at this point. Hoist and haul services, this is one of those big open trash cans you'll see that they'll put out from time to time, kind of a big, long, tall dumpster. You see them behind things like Target, Sam's Club, places like that. We've used them for the pine needle cleanup. That service there is also an open market service. That was one of those ones as we did the financial review. We lose about 40 to 50% on every service that we provide with that particular market. So that was easy for us to say, let's let the open market compete in this a little bit stronger than we were competing in it. And frankly, we've seen a ton of competition there, and the open market has supported that well. Staffing from this program was able to move into our collections area, things like our residential collections, and that's been really good for us to balance that out. But we also know things like NAU move out, move ins, those are key for us to recognize and still support those big programs. You know, as Fire's working on currently another one of the pine needle cleanup processes. Again, that's one of those that we'll try and get in there, and our goal is to support. Bulk trash services, I think this is the one we've heard the most about in the beginning. I know we still hear from it time to time, but we also knew that any big service change, we expected to hear from the community in abundance for the first 4 to 6 months. We did so. I think as we got the word out, as we focused on messaging and targeted that, we've also seen that quiet down quite a bit. There are still people out there who we still need to get the word out to, and we've been working with to try and message that better to help them understand why. We also knew that as we moved into a new year, it would also be kind of a reset again as we go into this. That's when we usually roll out our schedules for bulk trash. That's when we kind of start over, if you will. And for us, it's calendar year, not fiscal year. So we also expected to see kind of an uptick in community communications through this here. Honestly, we haven't seen the level of uptick we expected, but it's hard to say if that changes here in the next few months. Again, that constant contact tool, getting the word out there, helping people understand what we're shifting, why we're shifting it, was important. Direct communications with HOAs. We've been having our administrative team, some of who are here tonight, have been working with those HOAs to help them understand. And honestly, we've had a ton of support from our HOA systems. We've just seen a lot of poor behavior. So as we're trying to change behaviors within the community and help them recognize, don't put the product out before that week before you're supposed to be collected. Some are catching on, some aren't, but we've been really fortunate to have good HOA support as we go through this. Again, we moved operations from this service into our collection service, our residential service in particular. That helped with our holiday weeks, being able to provide the service within a manageable time frame without over-exceeding hours. I mentioned the pine needle cleanup. We're going to be continuing to coordinate with them as we move forward. And then a huge, huge piece, and we're just going to get Reggie an office out at Public Works, but code enforcement has been a huge piece of this. Because not only is it important for us to educate the public, we also don't want to penalize them for services changed. We're trying to help educate people across the board, whether it's our division or whether it's with code enforcement, to help them understand the changes as we move forward and not turn this into a situation of penalization. But we also recognize that there's some people that we're trying to work on some behavior issues on. Residential collection. So as it all comes back to kind of the heart of what we do, this is the item that we are mandated by the state to provide. As a municipality, whether we contract it or we provide it as a service through the city, it is our job to provide all residential collections within the city of Flagstaff to every residential property. This was a big piece for us. This was one of the areas that, as many of you probably knew and heard about before the change, we were behind on pretty consistently. Which put us behind in other programs. So goal was to balance it out, find some financial stability. Not only find financial stability, we had to find cost recovery. The communications piece was huge, continues to be huge. Not only did we work through Constant Contact, we had a radio segment for the first several months trying to get the word out to people of not only the service changes, but service expectations, and helping people understand the why. Social media platforms, new signage around facilities and campuses, direct HOA coordination as we talked about, and then the individual follow-up by email. If you could see the amount of emails that get processed through the 2 administrative staff in this group, I think we'd all be extremely proud to see the work that they put in and the effort that has to go into keeping up with all of it. So again, this was kind of the trigger point for us, was finding that financial stability. We ran into that operational deficit pretty quickly. As we started assuming this operation in the beginning, everything was interim, so there was no great cost savings with the contractual benefits, if you will. So it was working through the best possible operational layout, if you will, for this, and then trying to keep everything moving forward. We tried to make as many cost-saving item shifts as we could. The problem was our operation was at a point where it was far past what we could recover without making a bigger, significant change. We did everything from trying to reduce overtime. We've deferred capital projects. Our landfill is a big piece of that. We're fortunate as a city to own our own landfill. Not a lot of cities have that opportunity, as it's a pretty hot commodity in the open market. That's where a lot of the money can be made if you're a private sector service provider. So for us, keeping that landfill moving forward and operational is really, really key. So we're keeping our capital in our 5 and 10-year capital plans, but recognizing we have to keep pushing that out a little bit to keep up with those deficits. And then, again, that overtime is the biggest one. It really eats into the financial capacity. And then that's when we knew we needed to make bigger changes. So as I talked about earlier, that's when we started down the path with leadership, trying to find out what the best path forward would be for our community. This gives just a quick snapshot of what we were dealing with. Operationally, we run about a $10 million fund, $12 million fund here, depending on where you're at. Our overrun was getting out of control quickly. So you can see in the first year we took over operations, we ran about 12% in the red. Now, we knew we could make some changes. We attempted them. We did as much as we could. We did find some significant changes, as you see there in the second line. In red there, so we started out with that 135 deficit. We dropped down to a $900,000 deficit. I think that was really great, and it's attributed to the hard work of our leadership, our supervisors, our managers, of trying to tighten up the operation as strongly as we could. But again, our service levels just outgrew what we currently had capacity to deal with. Since we made our operational changes in 24-25, FY 24-25, we actually closed out that year with another significant, I say, movement in the right direction there, but we're down to about a $430,000 deficit, which is great. And as we look at the grand scheme of things here, as we've been working with our accountants, they've been, I don't know if they found any time to work with any of the other divisions, I'll be honest with you, but we've been grateful for the time they put in with us to keep track of this. We are still trending in a very good direction. We haven't seen it slow down. We haven't seen it move in the opposite direction. We're still moving back to net zero. That's our goal, is to balance out. If we can get back to a balanced budget, that's our intent. We don't do this, we don't provide this service to make a profit. Our goal is just to find cost recovery. So again, continuing to work closely with our finance team, our fleet and capital items. Now, fleet's a big one for us. For solid waste vehicles, they should operate about 7 to 8 years. Our fleet right now is about 10 years on average. And then we've been using it about 30 to 40% over its capacity for the last 10 years plus. So I will say credit to all the team and our fleet team for keeping up with it, keeping them on the road. That has been great, but we just knew we couldn't continue to defer that capital. And the other big piece is the rate study itself. So we believe that we're at a point now where we're locked in 27, 28 to come back to you all with a rate study that actually puts us about a 10-year window. It's about where you want to be, I guess, if you're looking at rate studies from the last one to the next one, especially with a utility service like this. And I think that's going to be a really good opportunity as we come back to council to talk about what service levels do we want? What service levels do we expect to provide to our community? And this is really going to give everybody that opportunity and give you all that opportunity to tell us this is the service not only do we want, we expect, how do we get there? And our goal is to provide you with all the data to get there. Now, as we talk about that, as we continue to trend, hopefully in the right direction here, and we close out this year strong, there's a few other items that came up on the list as we've been working through it. We knew that they were something that was discussed last January. Some of them were brought to us. We've been working through that, trying to find other communities, working with our community to understand, is this something of interest? Do they make sense? So tonight, it's really our ask of you all, is do these make sense? Is it something that you would like us to explore as we work down this? Now, no, this isn't something that it would happen tomorrow. We're looking at a 6-month window of implementation and education if it's something that we find of interest tonight. So residential recycling, this is the every other week collection service. As we get into that, what we do see in talking with other communities and understanding what they provide, we're seeing this happen. In some communities are more progressive here than others, but the ones who have done it say that we're going to see probably the same amount of material. And honestly, hearing feedback from our operations and our drivers based on what we see as volume in our current collection service, you know, our operators report back that we're seeing about 60% of our carts are about half full at collection time. We collect once a week on our recycling as it sits today. So as we look at this, if we went to every other week recycling service, again, our hope is to bring in about the same amount of commodity, but ensuring that people are putting the right product in the right cart. I think that's also going to help us hone that in a little bit if we have these conversations. This, again, would not take any service change until at least July 2026. And then that's something we can also discuss here if we see that time implementation changing. And then right now, the way it's set up is commercial collections are based on subscription service. So this would really only be for residential collection service. Commercial services pay for 2 to 5 times a week service. So that is something that for us, it's just kind of that open market discussion where on the residential side, we usually just provide it that one time weekly. So that's why we're not proposing anything to the commercial side, just because it is that service subscription. And I don't know if we want to talk about each as we go, or present. There's two options here tonight, and then we can talk about those after, or wait and hold questions and discussion at the end.
Let's hold them to the end.
You want to save them to the end? Perfectly fine. Here's the other one. So we do collect curbside glass recycling at this point. We have less than 300 customers in this realm right now still getting that curbside collection service. It's not a special vehicle. The truck will go out, collect their trash route, they'll come back, they'll do the recycling route, and then they'll come back again and they'll do the glass collection route. We have a total of about 27,000 residential customers. So when we start looking at the percentage of service versus the quantity of population, it's fairly small, but we also know it's important. We would like to see that transition and shift to drop-off locations. Currently, the only one we have is on Butler at our transfer facility. We would just like to expand those to a couple other locations and allow that to just kind of work naturally rather than scheduled pickup, that monthly service. And then the market for glass recycling right now is, I think Scott said it earlier, is very nuanced. There just isn't a whole lot of market for it. Right now, everything that we do gets shipped to Las Vegas. Our vendor takes it to Kingman, where they drop it. They used to recycle it there. They don't anymore. It has not been a good commodity for them anymore. They take it to Las Vegas. The other vendor we used in the Valley burned down in '22, and they just never recovered. So right now we're just using the one vendor. It's just a costly product. As you can imagine, glass weighs a lot. So when they bring a big truck, there's not a whole lot of product in the bottom of it, but it puts them at their weight. So it takes a little bit more to transport that. So we're looking to kind of reduce those shipping costs and alternatives, and maybe find an alternative option for glass here, maybe within the community itself. It's a conversation we've been having with our sustainability partners as well. So I guess that kind of takes us to this point here of questions and discussion. I know there's a lot to kind of unwrap here. I'm happy to walk back through anything, but yeah, looking forward to the conversation.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation tonight. I did ask for this to come back, I believe it was about a year ago, because for the bulky trash discussion, it kind of happened late on the dais and we weren't caught very off guard. And I understand the why, but I felt that the community really needed to hear it as well. So thank you for presenting all of that. I do have some questions. What specific operational changes have delivered the greatest cost savings as of yet?
Honestly, the holiday transitions and the way we've called them flex weeks, the way we do the service providing, instead of having all of those core services within solid waste running at their max capacity for that entire week, we were able to take them back to a manageable standpoint. I say manageable. None of them have got down to a point of 40 hours a week. So at this point right now, we're trending about 60 to 70 hours a week, which was still really good movement from us from where we were, and reducing that overtime. Overtime has been huge. The other piece that we saw, and we were hoping to see with these changes, was we saw a fairly significant reduction in equipment maintenance cost. Getting operators out there, giving them enough time to take a moment to grease every one of those fittings on those trucks. A residential truck picks up about 1,200 trash carts a day. So that movement is just high wear and tear on those trucks. So giving them the opportunity to go out and the basic maintenance on those vehicles, and then allowing our fleet team the time that they need without the pressure to get the trucks fixed and repaired correctly. We were putting a lot of pressure on them to deliver as fast as possible, and frankly, we were running into issues with their capacity in keeping up with it because they're also taking care of the entire city. So those holiday transitions were big changes for us, which include the bulk trash, our commercial collections, and that hoist and haul service, all impacted by that, to get back to be able to provide our residential collections as required.
Thank you. Another question I have is, I'm assuming you've done research with our peer cities, and how does Flagstaff relate to our service levels in relation to other cities?
Yeah, so we actually provide a fairly strong service level in comparison to most. As you'll find, most of our peer cities don't provide, outside of kind of their local municipal services, any commercial services. So that is just not where it is. As most of these cities grow and adapt, they can only really get back to funding and delivering the core service of what the state mandates us to provide is residential service. So as we work with some of our other vendors, we recognize that they have some small fleets for their front load trucks, the ones that pick up the big trash cans out front of businesses, but that's just not the business that they stay in. It's a very, very competitive market with people like Waste Management, Republic Service, and honestly dozens of other smaller commercial providers, and they usually chomp up that market pretty quick. So you'll see most municipalities stick with that residential service primarily.
Thank you. And then I do have a question on recycling. I have a few, but this is the one that's sticking out. When it comes to contamination, is there a certain product that we're seeing regularly in the can that contaminates it?
You know, it is quite a variety of material that winds up in there. There are times when we'll see consistency in product. We can usually track that back on a route. Believe it or not, we can kind of judge by the location of where it was in the truck when we dumped, and based on that route itself, where we're getting that consistent contamination. Those are ones we work one-off with. That's one where Mark Murata is our program coordinator here. He's been working with them on that waste diversion piece and getting out and just going out to that business or resident and saying, hey, we're seeing some consistency here. Is there anything we can help you understand about what the best use is for this service? But overall, in the overall contamination, I think we're just seeing a lot of those one-offs. Maybe the trash was full and they put, a bag in their recycle, but it all gets sorted out on that sort line, and they find every product that winds up in there. That's for sure. But ultimately, it's a pretty wide variety of commodity that winds up in there.
Okay, thank you. And then the proposed operational changes, I'm up for discussion on both of them. I'm wondering, for instance, my recycling, I can get picked up every other week. My can is hardly ever full. But I don't know for the community. So are you doing community outreach between now and when this comes back? How are we engaging the public on it?
That'll depend on what the direction is here from the dais. If it is received on our end that is something you all have interest in, then yes, there will be a large campaign that starts down that path of community education, community feedback, and then working on developing the program and what that looks like moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. Sam, thank you for the presentation. It's great information, and I appreciate other representatives from Public Works to be here to answer any questions that they come up. I really appreciate their time. So I was trying to remember, and sometimes we get glazed over at our budget retreats and stuff, but is this the first time we're seeing this? I remember when we had a financial discussion about bulk trash and why we were moving to once a quarter. And I remember in my mind, it was like $250,000 deficit we were trying to overcome, and maybe that was just in that segment. So I'm glad that you brought this financial information forward, because already we're going to have some pretty tough discussions this year, more than since I've been on council, about priorities and budget expenses and stuff. And our number one goal and job is to provide core services. And so it's great timing that you're here letting us know that. And I know you're suggesting some other changes that can help mitigate that, but it's important for us here on council as we go through the budget process to remember that this may not be the year for other things that aren't critical services. So I appreciate that immensely. I'm good. I've suggested pick up every other week for recycle. I too probably put my can out once a month. and maybe every other week if I don't break down the boxes. And the curbside glass, for sure, that's a very small fraction. What I'd like to know, though, is what do we anticipate the savings would be? Like, will it get us to a zero deficit if we make these additional changes, or will it just take another bite out of the elephant?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. I appreciate the comments and feedback. So as we work through this, we also recognize that operationally, year over year, our operational costs are increasing. So while we're seeing that deficit decrease and we're moving in the right direction, we're also chasing a little bit of a moving target. So our operational costs are up, our fuel costs are up, everything is up year over year. We also know that we also see revenues increase as we see new communities online. So we're trying to find that balance between there of what makes sense. I will say these are probably not the largest impactful changes as I bring these forward on the additional piece. These are the ones as we're really trying to hone in on what makes the most sense, and then how can we start finding a little extra capacity within the program. That's what these are. These are finding that little extra capacity in the program. On the recycling itself, on the weeks where we're not collecting in your neighborhood, the way we would break it up, it wouldn't be just the entire city gets collected one week and then nothing the next. We would split it up, kind of half and half, if you will. So there's always going to be that service provided. It'll just be at a more manageable level. So if we can retain things like our fleet, which is falling behind faster than we know we can keep up with it, we can stretch that out a little bit further without having to try and find a way to purchase all those vehicles at once.
So Scott, did you want to say something?
If you don't mind, thank you, Sam. I think it was a good answer, and I think there's one little extra piece I would add, which is operationally, we are challenged to try to find that true financial, this will save X. But I think anecdotally, our simple math has also taught us we're going to drive your neighborhood twice a month instead of 4 times a month. So we know we have reduction in vehicle miles traveled, fuel usage, tire wear and tear. So it's not all financial in the tangible sense of this is the exact savings for that effort. There's more benefit to the equipment, to the route, to the miles traveled. So we actually think when we start to run that analysis, that's what's going to hedge against our increased fuel usage, our tire wear and tear, our maintenance responsibilities. This just allows us to use that equipment still every day, as Sam said, but driving down your street twice less per month. So we're already on your street every month, every week for trash service, every week for recycle service. Those 8 stops per month turn into 6 stops. So I hope that helps understand why we're trying to explore other than just putting a financial number to it. We think it's more than that.
And I appreciate that. And our community values our recyclable processes. You know, it's just part of the effort for, you know, our climate action and stuff. But as Scott just said, are we making people, you know, helping people feel good that their recyclable trash is being picked up every week, but the miles traveled with those big, huge diesel trucks every week, you know, would we have a better savings and a better impact to our climate goals if, because that's a consideration though, those trucks are big, and so I think that's something that we need to keep in the discussion so we have a larger picture of like, yes, you know, we're still gonna pick up your recyclable trash, but doing it twice a month instead of 4 times a month is going to help us reduce the emissions that are going out on those trucks. So I think that's an important discussion. And then I forgot what my other point was, but I appreciate the information. Oh, about the capital improvements. I am concerned about that the vehicles are averaging 10 years right now. So I hope that in our budget, capital budget, that we talk about what the needs are and the plan to extend it out a little bit. You know, we just faced that with our water and sewer rate increases to cover that infrastructure, and then down the road, a city council has to take a big decision that's hugely impacted. So I look forward to having that engaged conversation and not just say, oh, good, yeah, kick it down the road and then we'll let somebody else worry about it. Because we don't want all our trucks breaking down and then that's a bigger fiasco, right? So I look forward to having that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation and all this information. A question, a comment on your topics, and then a question before a comment. So going back to Vice Mayor, I'm glad that you asked that about the contamination rates, because that sparked this question for me. When we're looking at our average contamination percentage, are we comparing that to the national average or more towards peer community averages?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. Actually, all of our peer communities use that national average through the EPA. They're actually fairly well engaged with all of our communities. Our region is broke out separately than a lot of them. So even when we click on our region and bring it down to kind of, I say, more of a local level from that national study, we still hold that 25%. I will say that the reason that it is up in that 25%, we do have some bigger cities that we just see a little different contamination rate coming out of. I will say there's some, like City of Phoenix does a phenomenal job with their recycling program. They do keep their rates, their contaminations pretty low for that size of city. So there's some that are doing really, really well, and then there's others that are still working in aspiration to those goals. And then working with some of the peer cities around here, some of the other cities and towns in the North region don't provide a recycling service. So we're also mixing that around, but we've been going through and working with our Solid Waste Association to try and figure out how do we meet some of these goals, how do we educate better, and then we also recognize a big piece of the campaign moving forward is going to be helping people understand what truly is recycling and what is recyclable. At this point, there's a lot of times you'll flip over a carton or some of the water bottles that we have here that we use every day. And they say that they're recyclable, but they're not, or the market just isn't there. So we send the product down, it gets sorted to a special line, doesn't go into the residue line, but it goes into a special line. And some vendors will store it until the commodity is valuable again, and others will just find a different way to process it. So I don't know if that answers your question or not, but our goal is to work with them to keep that low, but in many cases, we're in a fairly solid spot as far as residue goes.
Thank you for that. Absolutely, you answered the question, so thank you. The comment is just in terms of the discussion on curbside glass recycling. I think that is an easy one to say, yes, let's look at that shift. To shifting to drop-off locations versus the curbside. My question about the proposal regarding residential recycling, have we looked at, or would that be part of the conversation down the road, what that might have, how that might impact behavior, or like what the behavioral impact would be in terms of recycling? As Councilmember Matthews pointed out, it is a huge prerogative for a lot of our community. And I think part of the conversation there is both the conversation about vehicle miles traveled, the amount of diesel being used, and all of that. But also, I think what will come to mind for the community is that question of, will this change encourage people to recycle still, or might it have the opposite effect? So has that been taken into consideration with bringing this forward, or would it be part of the conversation down the line?
Yeah, these are conversations we've already started down the path in anticipation, either way, just to start brainstorming it. Last thing we wanted to do is come in here with a cold proposal. So our hope is, as we move forward, if we can continue and maybe hopefully ramp up our community education piece, we can start honing in on the product that we really want to see in the cart, knowing that that changes from time to time. But right now, what is it we're looking for? What is our hope to see in that recycle cart? And I think that also helps us reduce the quantity in there. I think a lot of the product we see in there just isn't a commodity of value at this point. So if we can get the word out there, that'll also help people manage those expectations and usage of their own service.
Thank you for that. Yeah,
Boy, I'm sorry to jump in, Sam. Great start. I want to kind of listen in and make sure we're answering it entirely, because I think the next piece to that is customer behavior and resident behavior. And, breaking down boxes, that's a really important step in our process. Like, if we can convince residents and work on that behavior of just breaking down the box, it builds more capacity in their cart. It allows them to have enough room for that 2 weeks of collection. And then there isn't the laziness of just throwing the Amazon box or the vendor's box within the cart, because when we get them, we have to compact it all and ship it. So the better we get a recyclable in a cart and at the transfer station, the more efficient and the better it is for us to ship it. Because at the end of the day, our costs are really shipping the product to the valley. So the cleaner, the more compact, the more desirable product helps this community tremendously to keep that rate flat and to really recycle the best thing that is really going to be processed in the best amount of time and lowest cost possible. And then I think where we're now changing our mindset as a community is we also want to try to encourage using less. We hear this a lot in the community, is how do you just not put as much in the cart? We know it's a benefit. It defers from the landfill. But we also have a cost associated with shipping this product to the valley and processing. So by avoiding that, we avoid a community expense and a rate. So I think there's two parallel campaigns. One is educating how you process your recyclables in the cart is very, very important. And the next is, if you can avoid the carts altogether, we're money ahead on the trash and the recycle column.
thank you, Scott. So, yeah, I think for that first topic then, just in terms of the residential recycle, for me personally, that's one that feels more important to go back to the community with before us just saying, yes, let's move forward with this and ask the community what their thoughts on us making that decision are. I would rather hear more of the conversation about what this impacts, some of that community education to kind of get the ball rolling, explaining to the community why we might be making this change and how it impacts these different things, and getting some of their voice into that as well, I think is really important.
No, we agree. Yeah, that's definitely something we're looking at.
So when I asked for an update on this, I was looking for more financial information to help the public understand why you made the decision that you did about bulk trash. So I would have liked to have seen more detail. And I'm wondering why you're not looking at doing a rate study before FY 27-28.
Okay. And I think Rick Tatter's on here. He can speak to the rate study. Oh, is he here? Look at that. Looks taller in person.
And I'll say that to me, this seems premature to be guessing changes that we could make without doing a rate study and without the public outreach ahead of time. To me, this seems like what we did with bulk trash, but with some messaging ahead of time. And, where yes, the complaints have slowed down, but we're still getting them. And because this is a core service that the residents of this community expect, I don't think that we can just tweak here and there to find the right solution and keep changing things for the public when they're dependent on these services. And I'm not saying that anything that you've proposed isn't what we'll land on. It's just, I want to see some numbers, and I want to also have that public outreach. And I also want to have that in-depth conversation about recycling behaviors and our carbon neutrality plan, and that should be included in this discussion. So now I will allow you to.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. Rick Tatter, Management Service Director. Just answering the question on the rate study side of things. You've had a lot more with that. You'll be seeing a citywide cost recovery plan tomorrow, or next week. We're looking up to update a policy for us, and in there is a schedule of how we're gonna roll out rates and rate studies over the next 5 years. Solid waste is one of the more recent rates that we've done, and so we want to make sure we're balancing our rate studies throughout all of our funds. We can't just keep focusing on enterprise versus others. And so we balanced a plan and a way to step through those consistently. So our goal is in calendar year 2027 to do the solid waste study is what the current plan is. So if we want to change that schedule, we could talk about that next week and how we bump others. You know, does it bump sustainability versus public works? There's a balance we try to go through. And in talking with, as we built that schedule, we spoke with the public works team about, are you ready now? Is this the right time? And they gave finance, the budget section, the comfort that we're talking about today is let's look at the program. Look how we're running the program. Look how we're managing our costs, and our team's working with them to balance the whole financial picture overall. So that's kind of where we're at with the rate study and what the expectation was.
Okay, I look forward to that discussion about what rate study fits where. These are much more minor things. When Norton dropped the keys off and took off, before that, weren't we already contributing more than our contracted amount to the recycling because it ended up costing more than what we were contracted with them for?
Yeah, so when we were just delivering as a customer to Norton, the way it was set up was the more product we brought them, the more of a rebate we got. When the contract was initially developed, the progression in recycling commodity that was built into that contract, we never saw that threshold. We just never saw the community growth in recycling. So what we wound up doing is kind of buying our way out of it, ultimately. The number you see up there, that $1.35 million deficit or the increase in cost, now that removes what we were already paying. So right now it's about a $2 million operation. So what we did was we just acknowledged there was this much additional on top of it. But we knew it was about a $600,000 to $700,000 annual contract for us to bring that service to them. And that included no staffing, no equipment, no operations of the facility utilities, things like that.
Thank you. My neighbor is not tech savvy, doesn't sign up for emails or whatever, so I always text her to tell her when I get an email from you all, which I very much appreciate the emails. I might suggest that you add that to your emails to, for people to spread the word if their neighbors aren't signed up. And I'll just say, I'm not prepared to sign off on moving forward with making any kind of changes and doing outreach. I want to see it flipped, and I want more conversations about just the future of recycling and the future of solid waste and numbers before we make changes to the system. Councilmember Spence.
Thank you, Mayor. I've been an advocate for recycling for a number of decades on a personal basis, and I thank you for this presentation. It was quite informative, very comprehensive. With regard to the every other week recycle pickup, I support going forward with that. I think it makes sense on the surface of it, and I don't think we need a rate study to move forward with that. And I would just suggest one little public relations element, if we could offer people, if they're truly filling up their recycling cart, overflowing on a 2-week pickup basis, could we offer them a larger cart? Maybe they would have to pay for a larger cart, but can the next size up be picked up by the side pickup trucks?
Yeah, I think if we get direction to move forward on that one, we would obviously come back over multiple work sessions with you all to hone this in as we move forward. But these are definitely items we can explore, see what opportunity we have there, what the appetite is from the community on that.
I think people will very quickly figure out breaking down the boxes allows them to responsibly recycle and have a 2-week pickup. With regard to the glass, I too support eliminating curbside pickup for those 300 customers and widely publicizing where the glass, people can drop off their glass in those specialized dumpsters. And I would just have one question about the potential using if we keep the glass locally, we're clearly avoiding the cost of hauling it to Kingman or Las Vegas. Using the glass as landfill cover, would you be required to first crush the glass, or would glass be used intact bottles on the landfill cover?
Yeah, so that's actually a great question there. So glass is actually one of the approved commodities to be used for landfill cover. Right now, we run about a 4 million yard deficit on material in our landfill through the life cycle of the landfill. So we're always looking for opportunity to bring in good dirt, good material to help cover. So this is just one of those items that, oddly enough, is approved through ADQ and the EPA as a viable option for alternative daily cover. Does it need to be crushed? No, not necessarily. But what we see is in the transport process, we wind up seeing a pretty significant breakdown of the product. Just moving it, loading it with a loader, dumping it in the truck, it inadvertently just kind of gets there. So, but yeah, it's one of those, it helps us kind of two ways.
Thank you.
Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you guys for the presentation. As usual, it was very informative, and it gave us a lot of room to ask questions and to interact with you. And that's what I like most about this presentation. You left the door open on a lot of things, and I appreciate that. So I first wanted to start off by, I had a conversation with a community member who used the word moratorium. They were speaking about commercial trash bulk pickup, and I didn't quite understand what they were talking about, and I was wondering if you could speak more to that. They may have been a newer customer, and they said that, well, I don't even get my commercial trash pickup anymore from the city.
Yeah, so that would be where we run into situations with apartment complexes, things like that. They tend to, especially we'll see it around move out with students, we wind up with these large bulk trash piles that wind up in those areas, and the service is an additional fee for us to provide it in the commercial side to those vendors. So it is on request. That isn't something we're just actively driving around looking to do to pick up, because it's usually a private property situation. We don't know what that is. Last thing we want to do is throw away 10 couches that were actually going to go into the apartments versus coming out. So we do that based on requests. So if they are a current vendor with us and they're running into that issue, just have them reach out and we can figure that out.
Okay, so there is no moratorium on commercial trash pickup.
No.
I'm glad we got that cleared up. Well, we'll move into, often you hear from the dais that the speed of government is just lethargic, this, that, and the other. But coming from an operator standpoint, when you talk about 1,200 trash cans per day, both on the equipment side and for the operator side, that person is not taking, they're getting their breaks that they need, but they're moving expediently throughout the day, and there is no pause on how your trash is getting picked up. So the core services in that respect are moving forward. And that brings me to the capital question. I really respect what Mayor Daggett had to say about just her comments in general. But if we're going to talk about the rate study, I would like to, I took a tour of the equipment, and I've been in fleet for some 25 years now, and I can see the need from my own aspect. And we cannot kick that one down the road. I mean, for core services, we need that to happen sooner than later. That's my assessment of it. And that brings me to the recycling portion of it. If we had like a bulk station where people could drop off their extra recycling, I would be amenable to going to the two-week intervals, only because I have been really kind of keeping my eye on my neighborhood. I live in the sunny side on that ever since our last budget retreat where we discussed this. Retreat, excuse me. And I noticed that not a lot of people, I mean, it seems like every week different people put their recycling out. So it seems like there's room for movement in that way. And then there are those customers that have it out every week that I noticed as well. I don't know if you're really looking for spitballing from the dais about something as minute as what I'm about to say, but a way to reach those customers who don't have email and communicate in that way. I think within a couple of months, and this is straight off the top of my head, you know, and it would take a man to do this or some manpower to do this, but driving those neighborhoods where they normally collected on those days and whoever still has their trash can out, putting a sticker on that says, we only collect twice a week now, that would cure the problem after maybe 2 months of that education. Now, it would take an extra person for that small, brief period of time, but if we could figure out cost recovery from, you know, the savings that we would have by not having operators out there every week and figure that into the equation, maybe that makes sense. I don't know. That's just off the top of my head. Recycling does mean a lot to this community. I've been in this room since we've been talking about recycling, since back in the day. And back in the day when it was more, I wouldn't say more important, but the economy around recycling was more fruitful back in the day. So, you know, those who are still wanting to recycle to make the world a better place, for just that reason, they may still be wanting to recycle things that aren't even recyclable anymore. And that's when you talk about the contamination rate. I mean, I'm sure there's people that are dumping their trash bags in there, but there's also folks out there that are like myself who don't understand everything that is being accepted from recycling. And that's got to be a cost burden for us as well. The glass recycling, I would be fine with eliminating that. Yeah, and that's pretty much it. Thank you.
No, I appreciate that feedback and those comments. We can definitely try and incorporate that in there. I will note, just as a helpful comment here, curbside glass recycling is a separate fee. So this isn't something that we would be talking about taking away from the existing rate that the ratepayer pays. If people want curbside, it is in a separate fee. Just hasn't seen the offset. So I just wanted to make sure, there's been a lot of great comments on that. I wanted to help scope that. Oh, yeah. If you wanted to drop off recycling products, our transfer facility has a whole slew of bins out front, all marked with what product goes in what. So if somebody wanted to, it's right in the heart of town, fairly simple and easy to get to. But if this is something where we transition to every other week service, we can obviously look at that differently as well too, or expansion.
Thanks.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, I forgot to make this comment before, and it sounds like we'll get into maybe a more robust conversation if we talk about the rate study and when we do it and stuff. But, you know, I'm out every weekend knocking on doors through the campaign, and even though people may be fatigued and not complaining about it through emails about the bulk trash, it's top of mind. I had a lady kind of chase me down in the icy driveway just to tell me about it. So I'd like to have that conversation. You know, you threw out a figure a year or so ago when we stopped bulky trash at the anticipated savings. I'd like us to really have a better view of what all these changes will do to impact. But also, I think with bulk trash, I'd like to hear from our fire department, because we also are really laser focused on the fire risk. And I know in my neighborhood, I've had bulky trash bags out for probably 2.5 months, so they're not getting the memo. But I do see that, because we don't do our bulk trash cleanup until that week before. And that just means that there's a floor of fire hazard around my house. And I know that's a choice that I'm making, but I think that's a habit that most people are making. And so I don't want to try to address one problem to create another. So I think just overall, holistically, and you're talking about a lot of different options, but I would like to revisit that conversation about bulk trash, and really make sure that we are not, that decision to save a few $100,000, if it did not put us at a bigger fire risk that could be, millions upon millions of dollars in devastation. So I'd just like that conversation to come up as we work through this. But I appreciate you coming with the presentation, and I appreciate what the mayor said, because I agree with her request. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. And just to reiterate, I am hearing a theme that we would like communication with the residents and to dive deeper into all of this before we make any decisions and have it thrown onto our residents. So I just want to reiterate that, and I do agree with those who have spoken to that. A couple of questions. So I can't remember when this conversation happened. There was talk about doing a sticker on the trash cans that would tell the residents what they can and cannot recycle. That was, and that may have been before I was even elected. I can't think of the timeline. Second of all, there was a pilot program in Ponderosa Trails on recycling or trash, and my mind is a little fuzzy on that. I thought maybe you could touch on it.
Yeah, thanks, Vice Mayor. This even predates Sam, and that was a study that was completed, and Jenny Neiman from Sustainability is on, but I know not prepared necessarily to speak to the item. It was a study on volumetric pricing for trash, and then there was some education that was completed throughout neighborhoods as audits were completed in areas that were designated. We were trying to work with, at that time, residents on proper behaviors in content. And so there was some analysis done. In fact, I was not in the role I'm in today, so it was just something that was discussed, talked about. I think we could brush all that off and have that kind of for better understanding. We did not go down that path as a community at that time. But that is the study I think you're referring to, if I recall right. And Jen, if you had anything to add, I don't want to put you on the spot, but, oh, shoot. I see you right there.
Both places. I'm everywhere.
All right, volumetric pricing.
Thank you so much, Scott. Thank you, Vice Mayor Sweet. Jenny Neiman, Climate Action Section Director. I am acting right now for Nicole. So yeah, this program is called Pay As You Throw. As Scott said, Scott pretty much nailed it. And the idea was, can we use incentives to help people reduce how much they recycle, right? As Scott said, we work a lot on reducing that waste in the first place, right? Recycling is not this magic answer, right? We know that reduction is that first step, right? Reuse, reduce, and then recycle. And so the idea was, it was in Ponderosa Trails, and the idea was, if we can actually say, everyone can pay less and receive a smaller bin, right? Or you can pay more and receive a larger bin, or you can just stay with where you're at in the middle. What would that do to our contamination rates? What would that do to folks' general sort of use of the service and use of the system? And so it relates in many ways to where we've come now of, do we actually need these large bins and once a week pickups? That was an incredibly intensive pilot and research project. We had folks from both our office as well as from solid waste going basically door to door, checking bins, leaving stickers, saying, oops, you know, and doing that education. Because what we wanted to make sure was as those bins go up or down, does contamination increase or does it decrease, right? And so that was part of that study. And it's definitely related to kind of the conversation today of, do we need this much pickup? Do we not? What does contamination look like? How do we do that behavior change as we change what pickups look like? So yes, that was pay as you throw, I want to say 2018, 2019? Yeah, I believe pre-pandemic. So, thanks.
Okay, thank you. It might be, you know, when this does come back, I don't know if that study would be relevant to this conversation. It sounds like it is, and I am remembering that, aha. So maybe if we can have that resurface and have that
Happy
conversation.
to bring all that.
Thank you, and
sort of
sorry to spring that
research.
on you. It came to me as we were talking tonight.
I was ready for it.
Councilmember Aslan.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I remember that study. That's right when I was coming on to council. I also humorously remember the sensitivity around the government rummaging through your trash as something we needed to navigate in that whole scenario. Yeah, you know, I think most of what needs to be said has been said, and I would just echo most of the sentiments around the room. I especially appreciate the instinct the mayor was sharing. I want to hit a couple notes again and just make you know, just double down on a couple concepts here. First, which I haven't heard yet, is I appreciate how hard you guys are working on this. This is a real predicament. As was just mentioned, the market just isn't there the way it used to be. This used to be something that we just shipped off to China and didn't think about it much more than that. And that scenario, which wasn't exactly cool to begin with, ended and forced us to think about this whole thing on our own terms, which is uncomfortable and expensive and unfortunate. But it's a conversation that needed to happen. And then on top of that, you know, Norton was probably already in a sort of a bad situation, and the facility there was a total mess. And so I understand what you guys are trying to do. I mean, this is a core service. This is one of the departments that is operating 24/7, that never sleeps in Flagstaff. And you guys are obviously losing sleep trying to figure out what to do here. I just want to acknowledge all that. You know, I am in conversation with folks like Ward Davis who have a particular perspective on this and may not understand the entire comprehensive complexity of things. I really do appreciate the sort of on the beat reporter moxie that he has in looking into all this, and I share a lot of his concerns and the urgency that he brings to this, and he's very knowledgeable, and I trust what he has to say, even though it might not paint a complete picture. And I just want to reiterate that, you know, this is a core service. Obviously, it's something we need to be doing, but in addition to that, recycling is a baseline bedrock value of our community. Councilmember Matthews mentioned this. I just want to hit that note again because this is not something that we can give up on or rest on our laurels on. We need to figure something out. I think it'll be fine to move recycling pickup down to twice a week, and you know, the glass market is its own thing. Those conversations going to be had with those 300 people, and I think that'll go pretty smoothly. But we can't give up on recycling, and we can't let recycling just be by default whatever you know, unfortunate, crappy program that it is. We need to be looking into how to actually do recycling, how to make good on that promise to the public, how to make the transportation costs more effective, and just from, you know, from throwing something away to it actually being recycled and converted into another product. We need to take care to make sure every step of that process is valid and it's doing what it's supposed to. That's a charge, you know, we're not holding the hot potato on every step of that way, but we have an obligation as a city to show leadership and show vision in making sure that each step of that process is doing due diligence by our community. And I'll just, you know, I see this in my own home. My son throws something away that's not going to be recyclable, or that should be recyclable, and it's changed into the other bin, and my wife will have a conversation with him about, you know, what number of plastic this is, and you've got to clean out your cans, and you know, and I know this. She's a very active person, but I know that this is the general, you know, zeitgeist in Flagstaff. People think they're recycling. People think they're doing the right thing. People are doing it for actual value-based reasons, and we need to make sure to continue to honor that. And I know you guys know that. I just wanted to say it out loud one last time to really emphasize it.
Yeah, I appreciate those comments. Thank you.
This has been a great conversation, and some really great points have been made. I want to put a finer point on what I said earlier, is that I absolutely cannot support changing up our operations on a core service until we have a plan. I need to know I need to know all the details of it, and I need to see public outreach as well. So maybe we all need to weigh in on whether we're okay with the changes moving forward, and have you communicate as you go, or not. I mean, I heard a couple of us say that they're okay with going to every other, but again, as the points that Councilmember Aslan made and other points that have been made, there are so many other considerations that go into this beyond, oh, I think we can get away with just recycling every other week. And that could be absolutely where we land, and I will support that, but I want to see the information that backs that up.
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. I appreciate the comments and the thought and everyone's comments this evening. I think we have heard a lot of great comment. I know I was taking notes. I think it's our responsibility now to go back, digest each comment, each collective. I think it's a great suggestion if you would go around. I think that gives us very, very clear direction of where people are. I think I've captured it, but I think reaffirming that would be helpful to make sure that we receive that. I will also commit to you that our commitment is in the next 6 months, 2 quarters, we come back to you and we give you progress updates, and we continue to loop in other partners, and we start the public education. Tonight really was, is there a baseline of interest, or are we going down the wrong path altogether and there is no interest or appetite? Because if there's no interest or appetite, we can continue to proceed as we're doing and get to the rate study. That is an option. But I think tonight was, if there's some interest in working with us on this and seeing if we can make these adjustments and they're accepted to a degree that's acceptable to you all, we would not implement before July 1. And even that date is something that we said sounded reasonable. Maybe it becomes September 1 or another date that you decide. But we definitely felt, and we got that feedback, that some of those other changes were a more immediate, maybe urgent situation, but we heard loud and clear that it was not communicated as well, and that you felt maybe we could have done that differently. We're trying to do that here. So I think that is exactly what I would advise, if we could just get that simple affirmation of clear direction in particular. I think we know on the glass one where we're at, but the recycle one, which is more sensitive, and then we'll be back. You know, it might be a couple months down the road, but you will know before we make an operational change to the public. And it'll be endorsed by you all.
What you're wanting from us is move forward with likely program changes while you do the communication and so forth, or we're open to the idea but come back to us with a plan?
I think it's in between those two. I think we'd like to bring you a better plan that shows some of those financials, the details of what it would look like. It'll also include the communication piece to the public so that you feel comfortable with that. I would not be comfortable messaging this change until we know you have your full endorsement, if that makes sense.
Yes, and
Okay.
I appreciate that. So Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with what you said about coming back with the plan, having more of that community engagement before we settle on a plan for whether or not we'll make these changes.
Okay, Councilmember Garcia.
I just wanted to make it clear that I support the mayor's advice. But I also wanted to ask the question for staff, so that way you could start seeing where my mindset was moving forward. So I'm glad that we got both of that done tonight. And thank you again, Mayor. That was good.
So is there anyone who would like to see staff go ahead and move ahead with these potential changes without bringing something back to us? Or am I making sense?
I think we're behind you, Mayor. What I would emphasize is that there is an urgency in the timeline to this. This can't just be like a conversation without an end zone.
Right. Councilmember Matthews.
Yeah, I think I'm clear on what we're suggesting, but I'm supportive of moving forward with this concept of change, so you can get information back to us based on, yes, if we want to do this, and so we're going to come back to you and give you now the plan and the potential cost savings. I know it's a fuzzy thing. So the impact, versus the reward. And then we can, from there, make a final decision on then putting a timeline on it when the services change. Is that what we're suggesting?
Yes. I think we're all open to potential changes to the plan. And there might be other changes that you propose. I mean, I know that predicting the future of recycling is very difficult and it's always changing. But I mean, maybe in addition to what we've talked about tonight, there might be other changes. But so I would like to see, and I think we would like to see that plan, and also the communication plan for how you're reaching out to the public.
Yeah, excellent. And I think that was a good affirmation that we have a concept idea of recycling bi-monthly makes sense to us. Operationally, it makes sense. Now, if we can use that as our baseline decision, that's the analysis we're going to go complete and make sure that we're on the same page. But we're going to really start talking in earnest about it being a real idea, going to twice a month pickup of recycling at a date certain with the communication plan, the finance plan. But we know there's some support in us exploring this to a point where it could become operational.
Absolutely. We want you in the black.
Thank you. I appreciate it. We do appreciate your energy on it. We know it's a difficult topic. We're here to help. And I appreciate all the staff that commits their time to it. It's a fun one. It's interesting. And it really is, I think, leading edge for us. So thank you for your time tonight. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right. Let's talk film.
Well, thanks. I know it's been a long day. My name's Ryan Randazzo. I'm the film commissioner. I've got a handful of folks with me today who are also here if you have questions once we get to that point. We've got Heidi Hansen, the Economic Vitality Director, Amy Hagan, the Assistant Park and Recreation Director, Haley Reynolds, the Events and Marketing Manager for PROS, Aaron Kaminsky, the Risk Manager, Trace Ward, the CVB Director, and my supervisor, Lori Pappas, the Marketing and Media Relations Manager. That's a reflection of all the folks that have been talking about this item in the past couple of months. So again, I'm going to take 1 second to introduce myself since I've never been before the council before. My name is Ryan Randazzo. I've been with the city for 2 years now. My primary role is media relations and marketing for Discover Flagstaff. So when the newspaper wants to talk about Route 66 and the Centennial, or the LA Times wants to talk about Olympians coming here to do a nice feature article, or the TV stations want to learn how to come up here and play in the snow without causing traffic jams on I-17, that is the bulk of what I do, actually about 90% according to the job description. Film Commission is a small but important part, so described as about 10% of my job, but it is, again, a really important part and one that really touches a lot of other city departments. So the good news, I know you've been here a long time, but the good news is I have 12 slides, and the last 5 are really quick, I think. I will give you a quick overview of what I'm going to talk about here. This was a fair item brought by Councilmember Aslan. And because he had requested a discussion of the Phoenix Film Codes and the Federal Explore Act, I'm going to talk about those 2 things. Before I get to that, I'll give a brief overview of what the Film Commission is and what I do as the city's film commissioner. And then I'm going to look briefly at some other comparable cities because I think that's a very likely question that you would all have. And we also will look at very common film permit requests that the city gets and how those would be handled in different jurisdictions. And that's kind of the heart, I think, of what Councilmember Aslan was asking with this. Do you want to add anything since it's your item?
No, you go for it.
All right. I'll try. Okay, so this is what film in Flagstaff looks like. I am usually the primary contact, so a location scout or a producer will reach out to the city and they will have a request, to use a park or a street or a library or some area, and we determine if that's appropriate by working with the other city departments. In fiscal 2025, we issued 9 permits.
Ryan, I'm just going to pull this into full screen for you. If you don't mind me interrupting you. And then I'm going to move you along.
All right. Thank you, Heidi. So in the fiscal year, we issued 9 permits. And the permit, I have to emphasize, is only when they're actually on city property. The 9 permits that we brought to town in that fiscal year had an estimated economic benefit of $110,000, and that is based on survey data that the city of Phoenix has provided to us, because they have had a film office and an ordinance since 1974, and they've got a library of data on what is the value of bringing a documentary film crew to town, what is the value of a student film, what is a feature film, an advertisement. We have not historically collected that data in the city, but it is something that I am going to begin doing with all of our permits so that we have a good idea as well. But I don't expect to have as rich of data as the city of Phoenix has because of the number of permits they issue. I know that 9 permits doesn't look like a lot of work. There were 33 additional film projects that came to us last year, and we did not end up issuing the permit, and that could be for a variety of reasons. Most often it's because they go and film on private property. So if they're gonna go and film at Lowell Observatory, we do not, as a city, need to issue them a permit. If they're gonna go film at a laundromat, which we had in December with a commercial advertisement, we don't get involved in that. They usually reach out to us. I can try and make connections for them. I can recommend appropriate places, but that doesn't mean that there were 33 projects that we just said no to, although there were a few in there that just were not going to work out for different reasons. And then the budget for the film office is $71,000, and that is to be used primarily to market the destination. So buying paid advertisements in location guide magazines and email blasts and web banners on websites that film creative people tend to look at. And also some of that money is set aside to bring location scouts to town if they have an interest. So if a location scout, this happened last year, was touring the US looking for Route 66 locations to film for Samantha Brown's Places to Love, which is a PBS special, and Flagstaff is featured in the episode that's to premiere at the end of this month. When that scout came to town, we hosted that person so that we could show them different venues around the city. We do not spend that entire budget. In fact, we spent about approximately half of what was budgeted. And in my 2 years here, I have not spent that entire budget. So for comparison, the Phoenix Film Office, and again, I'm going to reference Phoenix because that was the request from the councilman. In their last fiscal year, 24-25, they produced an annual report. They permitted 98 projects, and they estimate the economic benefit at $24 million from the projects that they issued a permit to. So that, again, is not the film that takes place on private locations or outside of that city. There's an important point that the city of Phoenix brings up every time I talk to them, and they've been very generous with their time helping me out and understand how to work in this industry. Approximately 60% of that $24 million is advertising. So on my first slide, I showed Forrest Gump. That was the last major premiere film, 1994, filmed on Aspen and San Francisco streets. And that's what we all think of with film. And those are great. And we would certainly want to work with a feature film like that. But the bread and butter of bringing film crews to town and having them stay in local hotels and use local restaurants and catering companies really is the advertising market. And that's really what the city of Phoenix is targeting and catering to. Okay, so permitting in Flagstaff. I issue a film permit once I have approvals from the relevant departments. So if that's water resources, because we're using a piece of property that belongs to them, very often parks, of course. We do not charge for the film permit. We do require a $2 million insurance policy, and we have just recently, working with Aaron and Risk, decided that we are able to waive that for very small projects. So I am going to still talk about the Federal Explore Act, but that is a change that we have made just through conversations brought up through this fair item. If a film wants to use a park or to close a street or close a lane, then PROS is likely to require a special event permit for the exclusive use of that site. And the fees for the special event permits vary depending on the impact and how big the event is and how long it is. Same with street and lane closures. There's an extra element there that PROS and traffic engineering need to approve a traffic plan from a licensed engineer in order to do that. And then in the city of Flagstaff, atypical uses of parks and open spaces, I mean, there are different regulations there, are prohibited. So things that wouldn't normally happen in those places are not permitted in our city. So how is this different in Phoenix? Again, they have had in their city ordinance since 1974 a film rules, and they just updated those last year. So it's an administrative procedure for permitting. Their film office, which is a full-time person, he coordinates it, and the other city departments are required to approve the conditions. They're required to coordinate the on-duty and off-duty staff, close the streets, hood the meters, and importantly, bill for all city expenses. So again, when we talk about the economic benefit that Phoenix is estimating, that is all the money the film crews spend there. They're not treating film as a revenue generator, but they make sure that the city does not lose anything. So if they need a park ranger to watch and make sure that the Jeep doesn't drive off of the service road, then they charge for that park ranger. They do charge $200, as much as $200 just to apply for the film permit, which again, we don't charge for that. And they request a $250 donation, that's the starting point, to their parks department for special access, for closures, or any atypical use. So anything that they're allowing in a park that isn't, that you and I and any city resident wouldn't normally be allowed to do, their starting point is $250 for that impact. And they do have criteria, so they certainly don't just allow anything to take place. Traffic congestion, disrupting normal activities, public safety, all of those things come into play for the city of Phoenix. And then the other part of the fair request is the Federal Explore Act. I'm going to talk quickly on this one just because we have more or less decided to match this in the city of Flagstaff. So this was a bipartisan act out of Congress last year. It affects filming on all federal lands, so it is important for Flagstaff because it affects our national parks, monuments, and the U.S. forest around us. And they decided that there is no permit or proof of insurance if there are 8 or fewer people in a film crew. This is a federal regulation. The wording on it is pages and pages long, but I like to describe it as normal people doing normal things in normal places. So you're in the forest, you're in a place that the public is normally allowed, you're not closing it off to other people, and you're doing things that anyone would be allowed to do. The federal government has said, let's do it. They recognize the benefit, the marketing benefit, importantly, of showing off public places and realize that that inspires people to go to the forest, to go to the Grand Canyon, to go to the national monuments. And so rather than putting hurdles in front of those film crews, they're saying, go ahead and do it. If the film crew needs to close an area, or if they want to go into the water treatment plant at the Grand Canyon that's not normally open to the public, then they invoke a film permit for them, and that permit can cost as much as $600 a day. But really, they've found a way to not put obstacles in front of small film crews. Okay, so I wanted to run through some examples. These are actually examples I've talked with the Councilman Aslan about, and that actually come up pretty frequently. So these are we don't always get Tom Hanks wanting to run down San Francisco Street. But a common example for us would be, we get a film crew, they're gonna have 4 people, that's in front and behind the camera, sitting at a picnic table in a public space during normal hours, not closed to the public. Thanks to the Explore Act, if that was in a national forest or national park today, there's no permit or proof of insurance necessary. And in Phoenix, they would still charge for the film permit itself, $150, and they would require a proof of insurance. And in Flagstaff, again, thanks to recent conversations with RISC, we don't charge for the permit to start with, and we have the ability now to waive that insurance requirement. So I do think this is an important step that is going to facilitate more film. We have said no to people or asked them for insurance, and they don't come up with it because they're a small film crew. And we certainly have lost projects. Some of these are independent or small, and it's hard to say that there's a huge economic benefit, but we did have one big fashion shoot for a known fashion company that wanted to come here, but the photographer could not generate his insurance. And so that is something that has prevented film crews from working in the city that I think risk management has agreed that we can offer a waiver to and bring more film here. So here's a little bit more complicated one. Another example, this is very similar to a film permit that we did allow in the month of December. It's a 10-person crew. They want to film a parked car on a service road that is closed to the public. I'll just share with you the film that, it was at APS, the utility, filmed a commercial in the city of Flagstaff last month. It wasn't a closed road though, but this is an incredibly common scenario with car commercials. They want to take pictures or short video, but they want it to be a pretty setting. So in this example, if this were to happen in Papago Park in the city of Phoenix, which is very common, they would charge $200 for that permit. They would require that shoot to take place during a slow period for the park, Monday mornings, Tuesday mornings, when there's not a lot of people out there. And they're gonna request that $250 donation to the Parks Department to mitigate the disruption to the public. If whatever it is they're filming, they are worried about and they want a ranger there, then they're also gonna charge for the ranger. But a really simple shoot with one model and one car, they're probably not. This request, if it came to Buffalo Park, we don't permit that. That location does not include a service road. It doesn't have a suitable spot for that. And then the Forest Service, if this was a public road, goodness, the Forest Service has a million rules on roads that we state. There are some roads that are closed in the winter and open in the summer. There are some roads that are open to certain type of vehicles, but just for simplicity's sake, if you wanted to do this 10-person crew filming a car on a Forest Service road, they would charge for the permit. It could be as much as $600 a day. They do require insurance. They're gonna require that to take place again during a slow time. And then I bring this up, they're also gonna look at wildlife. Are there spotted owls nesting in that area? Or is it elk mating season? And I don't bring that up to point out the flaws in the Forest Service, but I sometimes am asked, why don't we just send all our film crews to the biggest ponderosa pine forest in the world that surrounds us? And there are some real hurdles to film crews working on U.S. forest land. And I've worked with the Coconino National Forest, the councilman has worked with the Forest Service to try and facilitate more and understand what can be permitted, but they simply cannot allow any type of film to take place, even though they have all this different land, because they have all different kinds of concerns, archaeological concerns, not closing off to the public. So there are times when I get a call and people want to do something and I can direct them to the U.S. Forest Service, but more often than not, it's going the other way. The city of Flagstaff gets phone calls from film crews who have been shut out of the forest for one reason or another. Whatever they wanted to film was not going to get permitted, and now they're on an even shorter timeline, and they're looking for a location. Otherwise, they're going to go to New Mexico or Utah or somewhere else. Okay, I was also asked just to compare, and I'll go over these pretty quickly, what do other cities do? And so we'll look at Albuquerque, New Mexico, a population of about 560,000, clearly bigger than us. It is ranked among the top locations in the US, Breaking Bad, all these other feature films that have taken place there. They offer what they call a blanket use permit. It is very similar to the Explore Act. It's if a crew has 6 or fewer people with minimal impact, they're simply letting that take place without the proof of insurance and the permits. So I think we're now pretty much in line with that location. Larger projects in Albuquerque require insurance and fees based on impact. So like the city of Phoenix, they're making sure that they are recovering whatever it costs the city to host that film project. And that city offers guidelines on traffic impacts and other things to assist film crews so they know if they're even likely to get approved or not. And if they state in those rules, like, we will not close this street on this day, then the film crew knows ahead of time. And they're not spending a lot of staff time reviewing those things. Page, Arizona, obviously smaller than us at a population of about 7,500, really scenic location. Lots of films want to take place there. They have city code that addresses their film permits in the city of Page. Interestingly, to me anyways, was that they charge a $1,000 refundable deposit to review the application. So if you even want to consider filming in the city of Page, you have to pay them $1,000 just to look at your application. And then they'll keep that money to recover any costs, and that's just the starting point. If it's going to cost the city $4,000, then they'll charge for that. But they basically keep that like a bond for the film project. And then they also require insurance. Bozeman, Montana, population of about 57,000, also known for some big projects. They only charge $30 to $60 for their application fee, along with the proof of insurance. And then they require written permission from the affected city departments, and their film application is a flow chart. So does your film include characters using weapons? If yes, you need to get this permission from the police department. And then it goes on and on through the flow chart regarding traffic and use of public spaces. And then they also, interestingly, require written permission from all the adjacent businesses to film in that city. And Park City, Utah, population of about 8,500. They, no permit or insurance for small projects with one camera and no sidewalk or street closures. So again, our new policy here in the city is very much in line with what Park City is doing. The small projects can go ahead. They're going to provide exposure for the city and no real insurance risk. At least that's what they have determined there. Projects that require a closure or equipment beyond a single camera, they require insurance and a project review. And this I find is pretty common even in smaller jurisdictions in Arizona, where you literally have this city manager working hands-on with every film crew to determine what's allowed and what's not. But a jurisdiction of our size, that probably isn't the direction we want to go. I don't want to speak for anyone else in the room.
No, I think our city management team has plenty of time to be doing that.
Well, I just bring it up to explain what is going on in other cities. That was the question that we were asked, as we met as a staff, like, well, what are these folks? Because we keep comparing it to Phoenix, which is great because they have a very successful film program, but we clearly are not the size of Phoenix. We don't have a full-time film commissioner, so we wanted to look at other jurisdictions, and I can say that pretty clearly. Other smaller jurisdictions in our state do not have even a part-time film commissioner. So that request goes right to the city departments. So I know I ran through that, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. I have a quick question, and great job for your first time being up here. I think you ran through it very swiftly. And
thanks.
And good job. Well, so I'm curious about the insurance part. One of the first memories I ever had as a child, I think I was like in the first grade, was my mom coming home ecstatic because she got Chevy Chase's autograph. because she worked up at the hospital, and during the first Vacation movie they filmed here in Flagstaff, he broke his arm. And so she got his autograph. So does the insurance mean, like personal coverage insurance? Is this like insurance for the city in case city's damage happens? Like, run me through what the insurance looks like so I understand it better.
Yeah, I'm gonna let Aaron do it.
Thank you, Council, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Aaron Kaminsky, Risk Manager. So the insurance is to protect the city's assets, and so most risk managers are excited when they get insurance from people because we know that we're covered in case there's an incident, and typically the insurance is, $1 million each occurrence, $2 million as a general aggregate. So that's very common throughout the insurance industry. What I look for as a risk manager is what is the exposure, what is the risk, what's going to get damaged. So when we talk about normal people doing normal things, there's less exposure. If there's not sets being built, if there's not a large film crew, we can usually waive that requirement because of the exposure to the city is minimized. The insurance helps back up the fact that they can pay for it if they damage it. So if we do have somebody filming in a park, they're on a picnic bench and they damage it, and we didn't require insurance, we could ask them personally to pay for it. If we do ask for insurance, then we've got this guarantee that they'll repair it. But normal people doing normal things doesn't excite me in terms of getting insurance for that.
Thank you so much for that clarification. That really helps me formulate at least some understanding while we move forward with this discussion that I'm very excited about. Thanks.
Perfect, thank you.
Councilmember Aslan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, everybody, for being here and for waiting till the end to give us this presentation. Just wanted to add a couple comments now that the presentation is over. For me, this is really about establishing Flagstaff as a film-ready location. Those numbers aren't so impressive right now, but if we have a reputation around the state and around the industry of being a place where you can go and fairly easily get a film permit and get in and get out, and it's a great experience all around from a logistics perspective. That word of mouth travels and it generates other opportunities. At the end of the day, this is really about the economic engine of Flagstaff, and it's just one piece of the puzzle, but it's helping to provide a little bit more income generation, money flowing into Flagstaff. And of course, there's also the intangible value of advertising, of seeing your city or a location on the big screen. I have literally traveled and done tourism based off of visiting movie locations. I've done that all over. One of my favorites was New Zealand, of course. New Zealand has really made a cottage industry out of showcasing on-location filming locations for Lord of the Rings. We drove all the way out to Christchurch and found a cemetery just because I wanted to get a picture of myself in the cemetery where Frighteners was filmed. And there's a lot of people who do stuff like this. It's just one little example. But generating that reputation as a place where filmmakers can come, I think there's a lot of intangible excitement that goes around that, and that translates into real dollars and cents. A hobbit hole industry, yeah. Not a cottage industry, a hobbit hole industry. I like that, Councilmember House. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and do what the lawyers recommended and plead the fifth and not do so much talking myself up here. Let the conversation go on as it is. But I'm really glad that Council agreed to have this fair item discussed, and I'm grateful for all the work that you put into this. And at the end of the day, it was always meant to be something entirely reasonable for all parties concerned. Just a way to get more clarity and make it easier, and a directive from Council to make sure that everyone can get behind this as one of the things that we hold up as a priority. And I just really appreciate all that work that went into it, and the many conversations we've had, Ryan, around this, and Council at this point knows that I view Red Gap Ranch in part, its value as an on-location film setting for any number of different types of projects. And I think this is a relevant conversation, and none too soon.
I echo what he says. Do you, I can't speak for the rest of the council, but would you need us to approve any kind of, like, would we need to change ordinances or anything to put this, to, I guess, codify this more? That we want to be, accommodating within reason to film projects?
So I would answer that. It depends on how big you want this and what it's worth to the city to bring more film here. So I showed you what we do in a normal year, and we've increased our goal. So my goal now is to permit 12 films. And so I'm going to try and do that. But, you know, the question I think for leadership is that enough for you? And if it is, then I'll keep doing what I do and trying to find the most appropriate location when there is one for these projects when they come forward. The Red Gap Ranch is something I'm starting to show to location scouts now, and they're interested. You know, the number one thing for them is access. Money is not the concern. So the film crews, especially the professional film crews and advertisements, do not balk at spending money. What they want is permission to be there and to do it. And Red Gap Ranch is an awesome example of a place that we can offer now after talking with city manager and water resources, that there's not a lot of other things happening there. And if a film crew wants to park a truck and take pictures of it out there or use a drone, it's not really going to disrupt any of our residents. So I'm hopeful that that brings, you know, additional projects and opportunities to us. And if, again, if you're content with the amount of projects that we're booking, I don't think we have to do anything. If you want more, then we get into a conversation of, well, where would the city want to allow more of these activities that we're not allowing currently?
Heidi, did you want to add something?
Ryan just said it. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, Heidi Hansen, Economic Vitality Director. So the presentation, we try to keep it brief, but we wanted to bring it back as soon as possible because we know Councilmember Aslan's been talking about it for quite a while. There are areas right now in the city that we do not allow filming. So that could be the larger conversation that we bring back. Not that I want to drag this out, but there are areas, for instance, you know, access to Buffalo Park, things like that, that we haven't typically allowed a film crew to come in because it does take it away from that time away from our community and things like that. You might decide that that is an area that you never want to allow, and that another area would be something you typically would want Ryan to suggest instead. So those are some of the things we could be discussing with you for future, and I know Pros is here as well. And then we also don't charge a lot for permitting. So we could talk about that a little bit more. We could talk about if, and I don't want Amy or Haley or Rebecca to get heartburn on this. Let's say we talk about Buffalo Park, for instance. We might decide if we were to ever budge on that, that they would have to pay a fee, like you see in Phoenix and these other areas where it goes to parks in order to allow that, things like that. Or you might say, we don't want to open up that can of worms. So those are the type of things that we could talk about if you wanted us to bring that back.
I would just add briefly to that, that is the real difference between a place like Phoenix and us, is that we don't allow it, like Heidi said, and we don't have a mechanism to capture that. Like we don't have currently this donation, in quotations, as Phoenix calls it, for parks, let alone, you know, other departments billing for their, you know, time and effort that other jurisdictions use to make sure that they're made whole. You know, if we don't allow those things in Flagstaff, but partly because it would be a cost to us. And we don't allow every citizen to go into the pump house at the water resources. So that's the.
One thing, Ryan.
Yep.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. So we have that $71,000 that comes from the Tourism BBB Fund, and we don't, as Ryan had said, we don't utilize it all the time. But let's say we came back to you and you did say, these are some of the things that we want to allow, but now it's going to make PD have to come out and be a chaperone and things like that. We could probably pay them back through that fund in order, excuse me, in order to do those types of things. But at some point, you know, there's only so much in that fund. So there is a way that we could kind of do those types of workarounds and be fair to the other departments and divisions that have to do extra. So that's one other way we could utilize that funding.
Yeah, so just to add a couple little thoughts to this. Sorry, Mayor. So real quickly, another little contextual element to this. One of the reasons this is coming up is Arizona State recently, the legislature recently passed a bunch of film incentives, which hadn't been on the books before. So it opens up this whole opportunity for Hollywood and other big production destinations. Instead of flying over Arizona to go film in New Mexico, they can film here and bring all those dollars here. At the end of the day, I would like to see some sort of clarity, sharper focus on what exactly is allowed and not allowed. I wouldn't mind generating some revenue through permitting. Certainly, we don't want to have any expenses at the end of the day. This should be something that leaves the city with zero costs. And so I don't know what that looks like moving forward. If you're just looking for general consensus from council that we love film and we want to see more of it, maybe that's where the appetite is at. The devil is in the details, and I can see how complicated this can get pretty quickly when you start to try to write it down and make it into rules. But I think some sort of general broad stroke commitment to prioritizing and welcoming film in Flagstaff is at the base, at the bottom line, what I'm hoping for out of this. And maybe it's an ongoing yearly conversation where elements of it evolve and become stronger over time as it's felt that they're needed.
Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation and all this great information. I'm definitely interested in learning more, and I think for me, what I'd like to see you come back with is, as Councilmember Aslan said, just some more of the specifics on how this would work. I initially had a question, that was my initial thing in here, was just following up on what Heidi was sharing about maybe using that funding to, or the current budget that exists, rather, to pay, for example, the police if they're called out. And I'm just wondering if that could be part of the consideration for how this permitting might work. Obviously, I don't think, given the donation amount suggestion or the permitting fees maximums, that you could charge that as like the permit fee, but just wondering how we might use those permits to ensure that this is a process that kind of works for itself, if that makes sense, or pays for itself, rather.
Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. And I agree with both Councilmember Aslan and Councilmember House is in the regards to, we've seen a lot of different fluctuations depending on the city on what the prices are. If it's not too burdensome on staff, through your discovery, if you can find what works best for Flagstaff, so that way we're not just copying and pasting other people's, the way they do things. And what would also be important for me is to have, when you guys get that figured out, to have Parks and Rec, a bigger part of that conversation to make sure that in the future they have the capacity for this, since not to say that all films are going to be at the Parks and Rec department, but they, definitely have a big seat at the table here, and it would be important for me to know the nuances and the burden on that department as well. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I too am supportive of getting some more details. And I was downtown when Forrest Gump was filmed, and I actually know someone that was in the movie. So it is exciting when this can happen for our city. I do want to make sure, as Councilmember Garcia stated, that this doesn't put a burden on our other departments to where it's unmanageable. So definitely more details on how that would all work. Thank you for bringing this forward.
Councilmember House.
I'm sorry. Just another question that occurred to me, because I'm thinking of different areas where I've seen Flagstaff at least referenced on programming. There is an episode of The Closer, I think, where they say Flagstaff maybe 10 times in the course of one sentence. But I'm also thinking of, and now I'm losing the name. No, the show with the behavioral analysis unit. Criminal Minds, thank you. Where they reference a university in Flagstaff, but they don't call it Northern Arizona University. And when they show the picture of it, it is very clearly not NAU. I'm wondering how involved the university would be in our discussions of this. Would that be separate permitting to film at NAU, or would that be part of our conversation with this?
So I can answer a little bit, and if they feel I'm doing an insufficient job, they can come up. But NAU issues its own film permits, and they always put the university activities first. I can speak of one example. Last year, it was actually the biggest project that I've seen and that any of the location scouts up here had seen. It was Nike filmed a commercial at Flagstaff High School. Their first choice was Northern Arizona University, and they declined. And I think they declined because their fields were in use, and there was just really no discussion there. So that project did come to the high school, and initially we didn't need to issue them a permit. And I believe they paid $15,000 in a donation to the school to use the field for one day. And then at the last minute, they came back to the city again, so we're the ones that are always acting on short notice here because they needed parking all along the eastern edge of the school for their generators and things. So that's a long answer to NAU permits its own film. They have shown an interest to us, so we are producing a promotional video that's 3 minutes long that we're going to use on our website and marketing to advertise towards film scouts. And we asked NAU, would you like to be included? Would you like us to show drone shots of your stadiums and your buildings? And they said yes. So they are open to filming, but they, just like the city, put their students and faculty and staff first, and then if they can accommodate the film, then they will do it.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I'm hearing general support for what you've been doing and for, yell if I am not characterizing this correctly, but in support for increasing the amount of work that you do around this within, rational limits.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Moving down to item number 10.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Bryce Doty, your real estate manager. While the presentation is opening up, I'll just get going here. So we are before you to provide an update on a matter that you heard on December 2nd regarding purchasing a portion of the property on South Humphreys. So just as a quick recap, we're talking about the old Catholic Church School here. So on December 2nd, you authorized staff to purchase all or a portion of the lot. Now, the deal at the time was that the plan was to purchase the southern half of that parcel. The property owner, in discussions with them, we didn't quite have a legal description at the time to make a lot split. So we just put in the ordinance authorizing all or a portion to make sure that we cover the portion that we were going to buy. So at that meeting, you directed us to purchase half of that lot. And then we are back with you today. And so the reasons again for this was to provide the continued, the required parking for the new courthouse. We are here today, and because as part of those negotiations with the property owner, they have presented another opportunity that we wanted council to be aware of, and Dave has been in touch with them, and he is going to fill you in.
Thanks, Bryce. We're tag teaming. Dave McIntyre, Community Investment Director. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. So in the conversations and as we were talking through some of the deal points in moving forward, it became clear that All Thrive was still working to try to identify ways to complete the northern parcel affordable housing project, but those were becoming more and more challenging to picture moving forward. And so they asked if we would be interested in purchasing the entire parcel and being able to use it for community benefit, which we very much appreciated. They did provide us that option informally to purchase it. We, as you may recall, the southern half was larger than a half, so it is less than a doubling of the cost and would be an increase of $2.5 million to get to a total cost of $6.3 million for that entire block. The purchase of the entire parcel allows for the achievement of all previously discussed purposes, so we would still be able to, of course, make sure that we had parking for the courthouse in the downtown, but it also creates some really exciting new potential uses to further council goals, whether those could be affordable housing. We could do a project with ourselves. They have offered to provide us the plans from their project, for instance, or other council goals that may be useful. Funding sources, and we do have finance here, management services director Rick Tatter here to speak to these if there are questions, but as was discussed previously, the first proceeds would be from the Courthouse Capital Project Fund, which is part of why it would be making sure that we're providing that parking to the courthouse, proceeds from the sale of the old courthouse property, a balance of real estate proceeds, and a balance from the general fund capital reserve. And I want to just make sure that that term is clear. It's not just the general fund, it's the general fund capital reserve that would be able to provide additional funding to get us to just above that $6.3 million in order to cover closing costs. So the potential benefits and the risks. Potential benefits, as mentioned, is that it gives us that ability to create security of tenure or to make sure that we have control and can keep that parking there. If, for instance, the parcel is sold on the private market, we would lose that access to parking, which we've been licensing from FSL for the last 7 years, which would actually potentially drop our parking available to the courthouse to below our own code, as well as moving us away from some of the council's goals around providing parking for the downtown. So not only does it provide us that opportunity to move forward with those parking options, but also we can try to make sure that a housing project or some other use to the city happens there, some community benefit, and having the opportunity to use the full parcel will make that something that's much more strong for the city in that process. It does, as mentioned, guarantee our obligations are met, and one of the risks that staff has slight concern of is now that it's clear that the All Thrive is thinking about selling the entire parcel, they may not be interested in selling us half. So we were hoping that potentially we could gain the full control. I think Bryce may have had other things you want to say to this slide.
I just wanted to sketch out a couple of the scenarios of what that opportunities might look like and why do we really want to buy the whole lot? What does that get us? If we can buy the south lot, should we just continue with that? And I think what it really gets us is that future development flexibility. And so we as a city, we have lots of needs and we have lots of desires for lots of different things, and we want to program as much as we can out of those things. Owning the entire lot allows us to potentially go solicit for an entire block development where we can incorporate the affordable housing goals, we can incorporate a structured parking to get those things. If we're just dealing with half a lot, we might not be able to get all those things. And so it's really just trying to be opportunistic about something that is an opportunity that we weren't necessarily anticipating, but we think that there's significant advantages to multiple different directions that council will direct us to go with this parcel.
And so just in summary, we are hoping for guidance around whether council would be interested in us working to try to exercise this option and to move forward with the purchase of the entire parcel. This would come back to you as an action item. I just want to make it clear, this is not your yes or no moment. This is direction for us to continue our negotiations in one direction or another. Currently, there are still details being worked out, so we don't know all the exact numbers at this time, but the guidance we're seeking is whether to pursue that full parcel purchase or whether to focus more on the half parcel purchase and then bring that purchase and sale agreement back to council for approval of those terms. And we welcome any questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank
Dave, can I
you.
just add before?
Yes, please.
I think also the plan would be not only bringing the purchase agreements back to council, but also a discussion on potential plans for that property as well. So that will also come back to council.
Thank you for that. Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you both, Bryce and Dave, for the presentation. I'm definitely supportive of option one. I have a comment, and I want to ask if I'm accurate with it, that as we're looking at the potential benefits and risks of this purchase, I know we've already started to hear from some folks about, concerns about what it might mean to purchase this and the loss of the affordable housing opportunity with All Thrive 365 selling. And in my understanding of this, there would also be no obligation of All Thrive 365 to sell to another affordable developer. So if we didn't purchase this, we might lose any opportunity to develop affordable here versus like making this purchase and having that still be an option. Is that an accurate assessment?
Yes, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilmember, one of the things that All Thrive said is they're offering us this opportunity because they are community-minded and they are aware that if they went out to the private market, it likely would end up with a private developer who may not have some of the same interests in mind, and it could become any different use. They're not obligated to sell to anybody in particular, and they're offering it to us first because they want to know if there's a way that we can use it to benefit the community since that's on their mission. But your point's very well taken, that this could go out to the private market and become something that does not fit with council goals in quite the same way.
Thank you.
Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My comment/question was really in response to an email that we received while we were during our meeting, but it's already been answered by Councilmember House and City Manager and staff. So I think we're good. Thanks.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing this forward, and to Councilmember House for asking her questions. I too was reading an email, and actually have had some questions from other community members on this. So as long as, I am supportive, absolutely. I do think this could be a great benefit for our community, keeping it in-house. We can further our council goals. I am absolutely supportive. I do just hope that as we move through the process, we can be transparent and communicate with the community on the future plans and options and keep the discussion going.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. If we move forward on option one, is it not to exceed 6.3? I ask that because, they've had this property for several years, and the carrying cost, even if they're just paying interest only, on a large sum of money could exceed their purchase plus what they have to get out of it. So I just want to be clear, like, we've already settled that it will be just 6.3, which is a big dollar amount.
No, and that's a great question, and Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council Member. Actually, the terms are not completely solid yet. We have been using a 6.3 number because that's based on the appraisal that we were using for the southern half, and they've agreed to work with that same appraisal evaluation. There are still conversations happening about whether things like demolition costs or other pieces would be something that would be a part of closing. But we'll be bringing all that back as part of the purchase and sale agreement, so you would have a chance to see it again. There are, I would anticipate it's close to the 6.3, but again, we came in, the budgeted amount is just higher than that to allow for closing costs or any sort of conversation in that space.
So anything over 6.3 before anybody signs on the dotted line, we're going to have that conversation. We're not just saying move forward on the whole parcel, we're saying move forward with that dollar amount.
Yes, we would bring back the action item, and you'd be able to see all those dollars and decide whether any additional funding was relevant or not. or
Before
appropriate.
it's signed.
Before it's signed.
Thank you.
Council, do you have additional questions before I take public comment? All right, we'll take comment.
Thank you, Mayor. We have one public commenter. Michelle, you can go ahead and unmute and offer your comments now.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Thanks for taking my comment. I wanted to let you know that FQ has been following this, and we're disappointed to learn that All Thrive 365 will not be able to build the affordable housing units on their property. They would like you guys to purchase it, but we believe there are too many unanswered questions that must be addressed and explained to the public before the city can consider making this purchase. We understand the city authorized the purchase of the south half of the lot in December in order to provide parking. Now that All Thrive 365 is pulled out of the project, how is the city planning on funding a parking garage? Could planned parking development now include providing affordable housing above parking? We are intrigued by the possibilities for development of the north parcel, although we have numerous questions. If the city purchases this portion, for what purpose would it be used? What is the best use of this half of the parcel? Affordable housing, a community meeting space, a performing and visual arts center, a creative project that provides housing units for a variety of income levels, including the less than 80% AMI. If affordable housing is to be considered, then the city must understand the specific reasons why All Thrive 365's investors couldn't purchase the necessary low-income housing tax credits needed to complete their proposed 100% affordable multifamily development. Why would a new developer be able to receive necessary tax credits if All Thrive investors couldn't do that? Would the city consider a bond authorization to pay for affordable housing to be built in the location? What is the risk involved in the city if the city can't secure necessary funding to build affordable housing in this location in a timely fashion? Is the $3 million that would be used to purchase the north portion, actually it's a little less than that, I understand, is that earmarked for this location because it's connected to the courthouse, or could it be used elsewhere? Is purchasing this high-cost land for close to $3 million to provide affordable housing on the north side of the parcel the best use of this money? Could the city use that money to purchase existing housing stock or less expensive undeveloped property on which to build affordable or workforce housing elsewhere? FQ believes the public needs to have a better understanding of why this affordable housing project failed before the city takes on the responsibility to develop it with the same purpose. In addition, other community uses of the property should also be explored that do not rely on low-income tax credits. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave, do you want to speak to any of those questions? As it's been presented to us this evening, we are simply talking about moving forward with discussing with Foundation for Senior Living, purchasing the property, and then what was decided about the property would come later in a community discussion with council up here on the dais. And again, to restate, I may be just saying what you would be saying, but
You're doing great.
again, to restate, the interest here is piqued because this could be sold to a developer, and we don't know what would be proposed there. But one thing I think, one question that really stood out to me was the discussion of a parking garage, and I think that we've talked about that a couple of times. You can address all of it, please.
No problem, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. As the city manager stated earlier, we would be coming back with not only the purchase and sale agreement, but also with a discussion about what uses would be appropriate or for council to weigh in on. And when it comes to some of those uses, I think affordable housing is one that has been contemplated on the parcel. It's certainly one that could go there. And we have been working with All Thrive for years now. So while I think I know some of the reasons behind some of the challenges for the parcel, I would hesitate to put out there what went wrong for them. It has been a challenging time for development in general. I know that we would be taking the purchase without any obligations or restrictions to do those types of activities. And outside of the parking structure would be important in part because of the courthouse parking needs and also because of the funding source. But whether that was a parking garage that was built into other uses is kind of open to what council and budgets can manage. So it really comes down to the purchase of this puts us in a position where we can use the parcel to affect council goals, and having the entirety of the parcel does allow us to look at it much more creatively. As mentioned, All Thrive has actually offered to provide us their plans, so if we wanted to just try to move forward with that, that could work. But is that the right use for this particular situation? That's a conversation that will still come out as a part of this in the future. I don't think I got to all of them. The parking garage could have affordable housing on the roof. I think that was mentioned. But it really comes down to what kind of a design we want and what are the highest and best uses. But a parcel, I can tell you, as having been looking for a place to put parking in the downtown for a number of years now, it is very rare to have an entire block in the downtown available, and it's an opportunity that does not come along very often and could provide some really great opportunities for the city to do good things.
Thank you. Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to kind of add to, I appreciated what our public speaker, Michelle James, mentioned about, if it's affordable with a capital A, I know they had some issues with LIHTC and just not being in the rotation because there's very little money in the state for that. But I would like to know when you come back with kind of final details, maybe having a conversation with our housing department. We need all types of housing, so I'm not hung up on, if affordable housing with a capital A is not going to pencil out for the cost of the property. I would like to know that, but it does pencil out with workforce housing or, a mix of housing units. Because I think overall, and we do have a lot of options, I think housing is top of mind for most of us. So I would just like to have a better understanding that it's possible and not so rich that, we've got to turn it into something else because no developer's going to step into that. So I support option one, but I would like to have those conversations and understand, like, you're right, affordable with a capital A won't work, but middle market and others would, because we need it all.
Dave, I'll respond. I mean, I think Councilmember Matthews, so two things. We will bring back an update to council on the purchase price. I think that's an important detail. The second is if council does direct us with number one, we'll immediately pull a team together to start talking about those options and bring that back to council for discussion, because I agree with you completely.
Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to weigh in. I forgot to do that the first time around. I strongly support option number one. And I'm extremely excited about having this purchase for the reason that the public commenter made, but beyond that, I don't want any options to be thrown out here. Of course, I reside on the side of affordable housing for our community, but this is an amazing opportunity in a terrific location. And when it comes to land availability in Flagstaff, it's quite a bit of land as well. And it's coming in at a pretty good rate. As long as we can keep it right around that 6.3, I'll be on board 100%. Thank you.
Councilmember Aslan.
Thank you. Yeah, similar to some logic I used last week, I definitely think we should be moving forward on this. Keep the conversation happening. I think a lot of these concerns are really interesting and should be addressed. I do have a question. How many units was senior living going to put up? I know we've discussed a range of numbers before. If I can be reminded, what we're actually losing from this deal going south, that'll help me calibrate, what we could potentially replace it with. And maybe you guys know if we could build the same number of units. This is highly speculative at this point, but I thought it was worth exploring a little bit.
Councilmember Aslan, I know Sarah Dar is online and probably is the one that has that answer. Sarah, can you hear us?
Mayor and Council, thank you. I am digging for that number right now and we'll have it for you in just a moment. I hesitate to give you something off the top of my head at 7:45 at night. I don't want to be wrong for you, so give me just a second and I'll be back.
But while she's
I'll
digging,
put a C in the chat when I'm done.
while she's digging for it, as mentioned, All Thrive has offered to give us their plans, so we literally could, which have been approved. So we literally could, if that was the direction that council and the management wanted to go, try to recreate those exact numbers. Whether that's the right plan forward is still to be determined. But in terms of, this gives us the opportunity to try to put housing there, even if maybe a private market person wouldn't have wanted to after all.
I know David is good at dancing and singing. Maybe you can stall for Sarah.
I mean, I almost just started singing, I'm going to say. But to maintain professionalism, just do.
Let's go. Councilmember House has a comment.
And it doesn't diverge too far from what you were talking about. So when Sarah comes back, I can give the floor back to her. But I just wanted to also note, I really appreciate the comments from the public speaker. I know one of them was about what would guarantee that another developer, if FSL couldn't use the LIHTC credits, what would guarantee that another developer could. And it just felt worth noting, like right now, Arizona didn't renew our LIHTC credit program. And so we wouldn't necessarily be holding another developer to the use of that program. And they may have other capital that we can look at. But the risk, again, that we run in not pursuing that or this purchase is not having any particular say in the conversation if a private developer was to purchase this property. So it might take the option of affordable or workforce or any sort of those needs completely off the table. So that just felt worth giving some voice to as well.
Looks like Sarah's ready for the answer. Sarah?
Go ahead, Sarah.
Mayor, Council, the total number was 139 units between two projects with 70 planned in the senior portion of the development and 69 units in the family portion of the development. If I could add a little more context around the low-income housing tax credit applications, it's a very nuanced process. And after speaking with All Thrive, there are some things unique to their organization that may not be present for other developers seeking to use LIHTC in this specific area. as well as the federal tax credit in Arizona is still functional with funds flowing through that IRS program. It is this Arizona State Housing Tax Credit Program that was not renewed. And while that is an incredibly useful gap filler with many projects, the federal tax credit is still up and running and functional within Arizona. That's the one with the April deadline that you're most familiar with.
All right. So I'm hearing support for option 1. So, thank you very much. All right, so we are moving on to open call to the public, and I do not see any open calls. So then we're moving to number 12, informational items, 2 from mayor, council, city manager, and future agenda item requests. And I will start with Councilmember Spence.
Thank you. I have nothing for this evening.
Councilmember House.
Nothing tonight, thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
I do have a lot on my list, but you know what? I'll narrow it down to one. This Friday, there is a State of the City address, and I know Mayor's probably going to touch on it, but I am really excited for this. I've been wanting it for a while, and I think Mayor's going to do a great job. There's a special video in the mix of it all by my colleagues and I, and I just think it's a great way to communicate all the amazing things happening in our city. So thank you for doing that, Mayor.
Councilmember Aslan.
On advice of council, I plead the fifth.
Councilmember Garcia.
Same.
I have nothing.
All right. I have a couple of things, and I meant to look up this date before I started, but the centennial of Our Lady of Guadalupe is this year, and in May, I believe it's May 16th. May 16th is the centennial celebration, and it starts with a mass at 11 a.m., and then there's a fiesta outside, and I and Discover Flagstaff, and thank you very much, everyone from Discover Flagstaff, had a great meeting with the organizers, and just to hear their, just what it means to the community was really heartwarming, and I'm looking forward to the celebration. Tinkertopia had their grand opening of their makerspace on was it Saturday? The days just kind of, Vice Mayor and I believe that Councilmember Matthews and Councilmember Garcia were there, and what a great space. So this is going to be the program that they already have is for younger children. This one is for children age 14, and I guess they've decided to make it up so adults can go there. And there are several rooms that have 3D printers and all kinds of tools, and it was a really great event. Yesterday, I attended the opening session of the legislature, and that was really interesting. One thing that you've probably read about that the governor said is that she is going to be proposing fees on short-term rentals, and I already saw some legislators shaking their head no way when she said it, but we'll see. We'll see what comes forward from that. And just to restate, the League of Arizona Cities and Towns is also asking for some more authority for cities to regulate short-term rentals. State of the City is this Friday, and I thank the City Council for filming the video, and I'm looking forward to it. I don't know, I hope I do a good job. I'm excited to share this information with the public because there's so much good going on in the city, and outside of our council meetings, we're not always talking about it. So I'm eager to share that. Saturday night is the Martin Luther King Jr. First ever gala. And then on Sunday is the Martin Luther King Jr. breakfast at NAU, and both events are going to be great. So, City Manager.
Mayor, I'd like to turn it over to Shannon for a quick update.
So we did receive some numbers on the pine cone drop. Wanted to let you know that that pulled 31,000 people to that event this year.
Wow. Do we know how that compares to previous years?
I do not off the top of my head, but I know it's larger. I just don't know by how many.
So the pine cone drop was a mic drop. That was my joke for the day. Mayor, Council, just a reminder, we do have a Flag PD promotion ceremony tomorrow at 1, and you should have received information on that, as well as the Citizens and Organization of the Year Awards ceremony. I know some of you are attending that as well. And a retreat on Thursday, so looking forward to spending time with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, we're adjourned.